Hello and good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. You know, I woke up today, like, pretty cranky, and now I'm in a really good mood. It's amazing what a walk and some wonderful people in your life will do. Plus a cup of tea and a cute cat. Hi, Barb! I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you don't have to go do things and you can hang out with us. And hiya, Aya. And don't feel bad about getting here after Aya, Barb. Aya's here sometimes before I am. I sometimes log on to chat, and it's like, Aya's already here. So, that's a thing. Looks like we got some skill points, because I don't pay attention to things, right? We don't need pyrotechnics on these, on the, who's a what's its dupes. We could go into... Yeah, everybody gets a little bit more science. We're gonna have to skill scrub, Ellie over here. Realistically, we could do that now and put them into exosuit training, but we don't have exosuit training. Julie over here keeps getting her hands on the good food. So, we're not going to add anything there. Bat over here, same thing as Ellie. We'll get them some more science. The science helps them go, like, learn faster. So we're going to do that. Tom over here. I mean, we might as well give him improved tinkering. It's free, right? And Devo is just annihilating things. I think we're trying to get Devo into being a mechatronics engineer. Jesus. It doesn't really need to be into it yet. Alright. Let's curb that. Let's press play. Florian. Okay, I would really like to get over to the other planet this week. I'm not guaranteeing today, but maybe by something or something. Maybe by Thursday. Sweetle tending. Okay, so we've got plenty of food. We've got a little bit of water. We've got a cat coming in. What's up, bud? What's going on? Hey, don't do it. Don't you do it. Not up there. That's a bad place. You don't get disciplined for a lot, but if you jump up on that TV, I'm going to have to, nothing, because you're a spoiled little brat, and I'm not going to do anything. Okay, I do believe our plan was to knock out a tame on this son of a bitch over here. So, let's see what's going on. Let's check our temperature overlays. Let's check a bunch of stuff. We've got a little bit of a passive cooling thing here. Just, we might have to noodle with that just a little bit, but we successfully melted out this entire freaking biome for the most part. We got a couple of pieces of snow and ice there. We've got enough snow and ice and nonsense on this plate, on this, let's get that swept up. I don't know. I don't like the look of that down there. Oh, that's right. I forgot we have dusk caps growing down here. We have a pip up here. We really do need to get our hands on a Dreco. Which is why, the main reason I want to get to the other planet. We've got a little bit of natural gas kicking about here, but we've turned off everything except iron to steel, because I don't want to burn through too much. We're not in a great power situation, but we do have our grid centralized, so all our power is coming from here. We've got 2 natural gas generators, 3 coal generators, and we even linked in the hydrogen from our electrolyzer here. We've got 7 dupes, and originally I was thinking we could kind of get more reasonably quickly, but that's because I was convinced we were on the radioactive ocean as our second planet. But with Desolans as our second planet, we're not really there. So we've researched solar and steam turbines. I'm still not convinced that going up to the top of the planet through the magma is going to be a great idea, especially without suits. So I think we'll try and push into something else for power. Big problem with taming this is power. So let's... What are our options? What are our options? We're already making use of hydrogen, natural gas. We don't have ethanol or petroleum. We don't have wood for the wood burner, although we could, in theory, if we start ranching phloxes. But again, that's not the easiest thing, considering that the phloxes require cold. Although, liquid locking in here is going to be hard, and keeping the temperature right for pike apples is going to be difficult. right? Okay. So we would need glass for solar panels, but we don't have glass for solar panels. And guys, thank you so much for always showing up and supporting. Like, I literally was looking at my bank account like, man, I have more money than I thought I did. Why is that? And then I looked and I was like, oh, it's because I got a Twitch payout. So you guys are legitimately helping me stay alive and feed myself, which is much appreciated. And we're getting closer and closer with the YouTube subs as well. I think we're down to 144. We're under 150, I do believe, until we hit the goal of 1,000 subs. So thank you all for doing that, for telling your friends about it. If you are watching back on the VOD, please go click sub. I would really appreciate it. I know it's a classic streamer trope of asking for subs, but it really does make a difference. If you don't ask, nobody does it. So, you know, gotta ask. What else can we get dug out over here? Maybe we can, like, do a little something. Like, that stuff can get dug out, so we can kind of do one of those. I'm just trying to leave these naturally occurring plants here, right? Like, if we dig under this one, that's about as far as we can dig in there. But that will get us... I'm trying to grab as much material as we fucking can, basically. The phosphorite to feed our grub fruits. Ooh, this does mean that we can kind of do a sneaky little... Yeah, okay. I am a resource whore. I need resources. It's a thing. We really should be doing more Radbolt research. I know I took it offline while we did some other basic stuff, so... and we've got our, like, makeshift situation down here. Polluted dirt. Is polluted dirt not on here? Polluted dirt is on here. Shit, this is not supposed to have power. I don't want that on power. Well, looks like we have a power dropper. Oh, it's sweep only, that's why. If I do that, that thing will sort it out. Excellent. We need a better place for our polluted dirt, but for now, that'll go there. Hatch Ranch is starting to spin up. We've got a Wild Mammoth Ranch down here, which means very goddamn little, except for the fact that we have a little bit of reed fiber. We're slowly grabbing everything on the map. Let me think about some stuff, right? So this guy is a good oxygen source, but it's going to require power. So let's think about how we're going to... I mean, it's an infectious polluted oxygen vent. Comes out at 60 C, right? So we can get some stuff done and not have to worry. The overheat temperature on a pump with basic materials is 75. So we'll never get over-temperatured in there unless we do something stupid. Let's use our planning tool. Why not? Let's grab our... Let's say we just straight up come up here. Research complete. Let's get some more research knocked out. What are we trying to get done? We're trying to knock out all of the basics, I think, is what we were trying to do. Like, let's get that going. Yeah, we're kind of trying to just top off some researches, and then we're going to be getting into researching rocketry stuff is what we're going to do. So... This thing. So we're going to need to do... So we need kind of a system in place. And I think the best way to get done what we need to get done is... Lurk for cozy vibes? Of course. Thank you, Aya. Let's say we do a wet vent here. Right? And then how wide is this? This is 6 tiles wide. We could go wider on that. Alright, this is where we gotta pause. I got a plan with real stuff here, and then we can, whatever. So, let's say we run insulated tiles at least to there. That gets us a wet vent, right? So we could stick this down. I would say there's probably a better spot, but maybe not. Also, we want to get some automation in here, right? We need automation. So we're going to need this guy. Now that goes all the way out to there. Emily! What's up? How you doing? Welcome in. What's the good word? We're planning a tame for this infectious polluted oxygen vent. At this point, I'm just considering shoving. You thought you could sneak Ani by me, right? Of course, I'm a clever bastard like that. Okay, so this is one of those things, right? This is one of those things. So we would theoretically be able to put airflow tiles here. Right. That would put deodorizers there. Okay, so our goal here is a goal. So let's say we do one of these, right? Because just things. So that gets us, we could put a little wet vent down here so that we can continually cycle. It won't boil water, so we can use water. Go over to furniture. Do we have the, yes, we have the pedestal, so that'll get us that sorted out. That goes down there. We put the water on there twice, drop that in, bing, bang, freaking boom. Now, is it necessary to go this wide with the whole thing? I don't think it's necessary to go this wide, but we could go this wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even numbers. Do I want to go a little wider just for the odd numbers, just so it looks nice? Let's think about that in a moment. Okay, so in theory, let's just start slapping some things down, right? Have you seen the new Factorio update in DLC? I have not, Mercenary. Sorry, I can't read that blue on black. I'm going in for new glasses on Friday, so pardon me if I can't read people's names. I'm not a Factorio player. I play the shit out of Satisfactory and out of Dyson Sphere Program, but I never got into Factorio. I kind of, I played the demo, I've heard so many people talk about it, and it kind of just didn't appeal to me. But since then, I've gotten a lot more into factory games, so maybe I'll give it another go at one point. But I've heard some rumblings about such things, and seems like something. Okay, so I think we don't want to pump this stuff directly into the base, right? Like, we want to pump it somewhere useful. Do we have shine bugs? Huh. People just time out. What do you mean you don't want me to play your deck for you? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't want to play your heist deck either. Barb made a Magic the Gathering deck that just plays the opponent's deck. And it's mean. It's very mean. I actually don't think we'll need 2 of these. What I think we need to do is put an infinite liquid storage in, or infinite gas storage in, right? So if we're going to do that, Okay. Now, this is going to be a ridiculously oddly integrated system, so we're going to need one of these. All right, so what we're going to do is right here, and this is where we can grab our planning tool, we're going to use the circle right here in the middle. That's going to be our sweeper, right? That's going to be our sweeper. And then let's move this guy. Okay, so you're going to go there. Then we're going to move one of these guys. I'm going to put this right here. Idea being that we're going to drag a gas pipe. It's going to go straight down, but not straight down, right? We'll move that over by 1. All right, we got to put that kind of there, because what we need now is a gas pipe shutoff. Because this is, we're going to do this on the cheap. O is rotate in this game, right? Okay, hang on. So what we need to do is check if there's oxygen, like straight up oxygen. If there's oxygen, it needs to pump down to this chamber, and if there's not oxygen, it needs to cycle through so that the these guys can get at it again. So how are we going to do that, right? What we could do is put this here. All right. Since there's stairs in the way, let's just call that. Automation-wise, let's get a gas pipe element sensor. Is that in gases? I bet it is, right? Nope. Do we not have the gas pipe element sensor? Gas pipe element sensor. There we go. That SOB goes right there, right? Then that goes into there. So that goes into there. If it's oxygen, it's going to come down. And if it's not oxygen, it's going to overflow. Right? And then we're looking, we also kind of want to put an Atmos sensor in here just so we're not constantly running this thing because we don't really have enough power, right? So we put that SOB right there. And then we need a way to get, so then this would come all the way up to here. We're going to want to replace that, right? And let's say that's going to be more or less our design, right? All right, and then what we'll do is we'll do another wet vent right here for this. And then we can stick an Atmos sensor down here. Not optimal, but it'll work, right? Actually, we probably need... No, that'll do. An Atmos sensor there, because basically we're going to use this for as much oxygen as we can get away with. So the idea is this thing erupts, pushes out infectious polluted oxygen. That fills this chamber. These guys suck out all the polluted part. This pipe, this gas sensor, when we're above a certain pressure in here, this thing turns that pump on. It pumps through. It triggers the gas pipe element sensor. If it does, it turns the shutoff on, allowing the gases to pass through this pipe and come down into this chamber, which is going to be where our oxygen is, right? If it's not oxygen, it loops it back around. Now, the only other thing in here other than oxygen should be polluted oxygen. That loops it back around down here below these things so that it can get filtered again. And we wind up with, more or less, we wind up with oxygen in here. Now, the reason I asked about shine bugs is because we could probably shove a shine bug in here. That's 8, 9, 10, 11. If we give one more space in here, we could stick a single shine bug in there, and it'll just irradiate the stuff. Now, do we have? I think I took on shine nymph eggs somewhere. I swear I did. So 0 units. Okay, so no. The answer is no on that. There are other answers to this. And we've got a pip, right? What's the temperature up here? Negative 31. What's your temperature range, buddy? Negative 30 to 100. So we'd kind of have to warm it up in here. But what if we wild plant a wheezewort in here? Wild plant a wheezewort. Right? I like that idea. Because it's fun. It's a fun idea. So we would need space for that thing. Just 2 tiles high plus the tile under it. So if we wanted this... What if we go a little wider instead? Right? Like, hold on. So let's say we have this here, right? But then right here, we make a tile. I'm going to make that an orange dot. So let's say we make a tile there and have it plant, and we plant a wheezewort here. No, let's do this. Make a tile there, plant a wheezewort there, right? We can do a wet vent here, and then over here we can stick an atmo sensor and whatever else we want to be down there, right? Boop. And then the only other thing we'd really need in here is one of these guys to get sand into it. And then we need, actually not the only thing, we would need to get sand in, and we would need to get polluted, and we would need to get clay out. Ideally, I think I'd like to go to the right, but we're not in an ideal situation, so we're probably going to go to the left. So let's snag ourselves rails. Okay, so where is this guy, right? The O button. Let's flip you upside down. Input rail, output rail, right there, right? Okay, so that gets a lot of stuff going. Hello, Tachyon. Is it time for kitty? Is it time for kitty? Come here. Come here, Bubba. Come here. Let me lean back so you can get up here. Come here. Come here for hugs. No, no, up. Oh, no. You're getting shoulder whether you like it or not. That's a good boy. You get butt pats. He's a hamster. He's a lobster. He's a rhino. He's a kitty. I love this cat. He is my boy. Who's the baby boy? Who's the baby boy? How you doing, bud? I know, I know. You got brushes and the smallest playtime, but you want more. We'll play later, okay? We'll play later. Head scratches now, play later. Give me some time, bub. So, I like this plan. But it is not an optimal plan. I mean, I think it's pretty good. What we're gonna have to do is cancel those and then give our dupes proper room to get in here. Tachyon? Oh, you're gonna drive me nuts, buddy. Hey, bud. Your ass is not a window. You can't have that. That's Papa's midstream foods. I wasn't hungry this morning, so I got some Cliff Bars. That's not your snacks, bud. I gave you snacks. That is not your snacks. That's Papa's snacks. I love this cat. Okay, so let's give them access to get stuff in here, right? We're going to cancel that. Cancel that. We're going to check what... Oh, my God. Buddy. Buddy. Stop it. Stop it. Alright, that should give them all the access they need. Once they build some of this, we'll be able to go in and replace some of those things. Delete the ladders, etc., etc. Yeah. Other thing we need is power in there. So let's run conductive wire with copper, right? So those are all going to need power. Power will need to be there, so we'll bring it up like that. Power will need to be here. It'll also need to come down here to there to attach to those. And that'll be all of the power, I think. We'll double check before we button the thing up. And then we're going to have to get into automation wires. We're going to need one here. We're going to need one here. That doesn't need an automation wire. That doesn't need one there. Let's say we put the Atmos sensor here. And that should cover that. Right? And if anybody sees anything I'm missing or anything, please let me know. I mean, it is Tuesday, so it's not, you know, we're not on Monday brain, but Tuesday brain is almost as bad as Monday. Tachyon? No. No. You know no, buddy. You know no. Hey. Hey. I see your eyeballs. Hey. Sorry about the shaky camera. It is a tack quake over here. All right, we've got 10.7 cycles left on the natural gas. We're not running too much power. We've shut down some of our power stuff. Like, we're not doing Radbolt research currently. As much as I would love to get into some of the Radbolt researches, we've already got the primary ones that we want, and I'm not trying to waste power on that. We are knocking out a few other researches. I think what we did is we set up our priorities. So the conveyor stuff, if we do the conveyor stuff at an 8, Julie will build that before she researches. So we're just going to do that. Okay, and then what I'd like to do is also slap down a... you know what? Let's just stick it right over here. We're going to slap down a temporary storage bin. Right there. And we'll disable these guys at one point so that we can just bring everything over there, which means we're going to need to cancel sweeps, but we'll worry about that when we get there. This thing... This pip is going to be imperative in all of our endeavors here. What we're going to probably have to do is stick down a heater in here. Yeah, what we're going to need is we're going to slap down a door here. That way we can put the pip in here and have it plant here when we need to have him plant there. And that'll be our first project. We'll let them do their thing over there while we figure out what else we're going to do. Now it's a weird situation, right? Because this shifts our paradigm, right? So we've got a couple of things we got to worry about on that map. One is the fact that we've got limited water. This is our current water tank. This is our, junk/coolant water tank, which can get purified and dumped down here. We've got a bunch of ice that we can eventually melt out. We'd like to keep some of this ice so that we can keep a cold zone going for our pike apples and stuff like that. Legitimately, we could move the flocks somewhere and ranch them. It's just a matter of the pike apples. That just got me. Okay. Okay. Do you eat anything other than pike apples? Livable -60 to 100. Comfortable -30 to 10. Okay. So here's what we could do, and it's a little dodgy, but we got this little wild ranch of mammoths down here. We could grab this phlox and chuck them down there because it'll stay wild, and then we'll get to shear. It won't be a lot, but we'll be able to get a little bit of wood. It's not even worth it, becomes the question. Because my thought process was, if they just life cycle, we get to shear them each life cycle, they replace themselves, and we're good, right? Although, I don't think we can put them in here. Because we've got 3 mammoths, and each of them laid an egg. This area is large enough for 6 mammoths, and the eggs count, so we can't put the phlox in here. But we could do a similar thing with that phlox. We could shove it into a ranch and just shear it, right? I mean, we wouldn't get a lot of wood. Would that get us enough ethanol for a liquid lock, though? I think we might end up doing that. So my idea is abscond with the phlox out of this cold biome, and then wall in with insulated tile behind it, so we don't lose any of the cold in here, right? Shear the phlox once. Use that wood to make just a touch of ethanol. Use that ethanol to put a liquid lock over here with a vacuum so the temperature can't cross across the gradient. And then put a pike apple farm in here. Possibly move the phlox farm in here. And do a legit phlox farm. Now these things require what for food? Phosphorate. Which you can get from the mammoth patties. See, I'm so heavy into pips. I love wild planting stuff. But the pip will die in here. Wait, -22. The pip won't die in here. We could do a wild planted pike apple farm in here. Move the phloxes out of there. And that'll get us ethanol. I like that. That's a fun loop to play with. So yeah, we steal the flocks, shear it once. How much does that need for ethanol? $600 kilos of wood makes 300 kilos of ethanol. Polluted dirt, carbon dioxide. Okay. That gets us 360 kilos of wood. So we would have to shear it twice. How old are you? 55. So if we shear this guy, then in 45 cycles it'll die, but by then it will have replaced itself with an egg. Alright, let's focus on getting this done up here, and then we'll play with that. Because I think that's a good plan. I mean, it's a plan, at least. Where are we going to stick the Phlox Ranch? I guess we could think about that while we do this. I would actually prefer to bring it down to the lower parts of the map. I'm kind of looking at over here, but we are going to wind up with a lot of CO2 on this side because we don't have one of these guys over here. We could also temporarily plant Alvia Vera over here to help with the oxygen, which is something... And we're slowly but surely transferring over to all stone hatches. We've got these set up. Now, I remember Julie had one of these things going, right? Okay, I think I remember. So we would put a weight plate down. Like this would go right here. Because they have to stand on that tile, and basically you say, hey, if they're standing on this for over 5 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever, then it sends a green signal, and that sends it, or a red signal, something, whatever it is, and then this basically gets shut off for 600. So they stand on it, it shuts off for 600, and then it turns back. No, we don't even have power for that. I'm just gonna reserve eggs there. This stone hatch eggs, 2 hatchling eggs. This should start getting us some barbecue, as well as getting us some eggshells for steel, which are things that we need, right? Wait, what is an ore scrubber? I don't think I've ever used an ore scrubber. Where is that? Am I crazy? Did I read that wrong? Kills a significant amount of germs present on raw ore. Requirements: gas intake pipe, chlorine gas. All diseases, negative 480,000 germs per use. Overheat 75. Decor. Sanitize freshly mined materials before they're brought into the colony. Why? That doesn't make any sense to me. What materials? I guess you put slime through that? I guess I'm thinking ore is kind of like a generic term. It says materials. So I'm guessing like if you want to scrub slime off there, they're going to get themselves stuck. So I'm going to try and, you know, we're going to do that just so they can't get themselves stuck as easily. Can't let these dupes alone for a second. Oops. Did not mean to do that. I wanted to get these ladders out of here, but now I realize that they actually need to... We'll leave half of them in there, but they need to be there so they can build these upper bits. Ooh, I don't think they can actually build there. Ooh, that's going to be a problem. They can't actually get up here to deconstruct that. All right, let's reconsider here. All right, I think what we got to do is we got to deconstruct this stuff that we just built. And we need to put this here, because they'll be able to get here to rebuild it. Yeah. So this will be where the Wheezewort is. Then we'll put the wet vent here. Put a tile there. Atmos sensor here. Love you too! All right, Bob over here has 9.5 cycles of natural gas to give us. Is there any more research I want to knock out? I kind of want to leave Julie off of research right now. There's nothing that... I don't think we need anything. I'm looking through the list here. I think needing things, it would be a very strong word here. We don't need... Yeah, we don't need... What is this? XER, memory toggle. Nope. Okay. So we're going to be off research for a little while. That'll save us on some power and allow Julie to build things. This is going to actually be set to clay. I know that already, so that's going to be there. I'll just let them sweep from over here. Ah, yeah, slow and steady wins the race. Guys, we are absolutely slaying it on this colony and on the RimWorld colony. We're doing RimWorld Monday, Wednesday, Friday for anybody who's curious what the schedule is, who doesn't know. Noon to 6, Monday through Saturday are the hours. We do go late and start early sometimes. I'm trying to do as much as I can. All the VODs from this and RimWorld, sorry, go up on the YouTube channel. They're released slower than we stream them, so that the YouTube schedule can be scheduled out a couple of months in advance. Just because it seems to be a good way to do things, you know, release it a little bit of it at a time, and if you come to streams, you could stay up to date type of situation. In addition to that, we're doing Satisfactory on Saturdays, so Ani on Tuesday and Thursdays, RimWorld Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Satisfactory on Saturdays. We took on a really large project. I did a bunch of work on it the last few days, but there is a lot of work still to get done, so we'll be working on stuff on Saturday, probably with the same project. I did a crazy hard drive hunt. I literally went and got every hard drive on the map except one, and the only reason I didn't get that one is because I don't even have access to that material yet, so can't buy it in the awesome shop, can't make it yet because I don't have the infrastructure to do so. So once we do, we'll go back and get that last one. But if I remember correctly, the devs said that there are more than enough hard drives to unlock every recipe in the game. So I've slowly been scanning through them, leaving them on the list. so that all of the recipes I'm not interested in are kind of out of the pool. So as we need specific recipes, we can get them. We can't really look at dupes. We can't. We've got tons of Sweetles on the map. You know what? I'm going to take the Sweetle, though. Because more eggshells. Pickled meal, muckroot. We're not eating that. That's, well, we can eat the pickled meal. Muckroot we're saving. Frost bunch 31, grizzleberry 30, roast grub fruit 27, plume squash 24, nutrient bar we're not eating, grub fruit. I think we actually have to take some of these offline. I don't want to waste grub fruit. Let's take 5 of them offline for now. We're getting a lot of wild food, which is how I like to play. If we can get food for free, I want food for free, if that makes any sense. I'd rather not put resources into something until we have to. So we're at 300,000 calories without a proper deep freeze. So a proper deep freeze is also a possibility here. Now, the problem with a deep freeze is there's a bunch of heat from the thermoregulator, right? The other problem with the deep freeze is I want to make sure that our kitchen is where our long-term Great Hall is going to be. There's a lot of, like, positioning stuff, so I think I just got to get really more on top of the calories. Now, the gristleberry is free. We're getting it from overflow water. We're spending a little bit of power, and we're getting plenty of it from, what do you call? I gotta move this power, guys. I gotta move this power. I don't want things powered that I don't want powered, so we're just gonna deconstruct that wire. Let's get that done before the other things. Oh, it froze. Fuck a duck. That's fine. It's fine. Why is it fine? Because this thing's going to be putting out heat. And that heat should start melting things, so... It's amazing what you can get done. It's amazing what you can get done. Okay. So what I do is, like, I have all these sweeps over here. This is all set on a 4. Basically, the idea is if they've got nothing else to do, if we sweep it a normal thing, they'll do that first. If we sweep it a 6, they'll prioritize it. But if they've got nothing else to do, I don't want our haulers sitting around doing nothing. So they'll sweep everything up, right? Like, there's ice over there. I don't even know what to do with... do we have a spot that we're putting ice? I know we're not doing liquefiables over here. I think at one point we were doing it up here. Not the worst idea, actually. Whatever. Not going to worry about it. They just want to build themselves into the wrong side. They do. That's their whole thing. Alright, so I think this thing has been dormant for a while. But we are getting some rumbling now. We might end up with some sick dupes because we're going to have to dig that out and analyze it. I definitely want it analyzed. Maybe we'll shift the ladder and do a little liquid lock so it doesn't get all over the base. It's probably a good idea, but let's not worry about that right this second. We got a lot of work to get done before we get there. We're going to put that there, we're going to deconstruct that, and we're going to put that there. That gives us a spot for an Atmos sensor. Wait a second, wait a second. If I click on this and hit sweep, and then I tap 5, is that a 0 priority? Is that how you do 0 priority? Oh my god, that is cool. Hang on, does that work with building? Is that in base game, or is that from the smart... That can't be from smart sweep, because that's build. Guys, have I missed out on something? Is that a thing? Like... If you unhighlight that, like, there's no priority, like, set now. We might have to do some testing with that. God, if that's a 0 priority, I would love that. Okay. That gets us somewhere. Where? I don't know. So this thing is now erupting. So if we can get this build done... Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. There we go. So we get this build done. That helps with our oxygen. We will have to run some freaking long-ass pipes to get into the base over here. Actually, yeah, we'll just have to run a pipe system that meets up with this and bridges onto it, right? And since it's coming out at 60, we kind of do actually want it to go. Okay. So... do a little bit of a turn, and we'll come straight across to here, and then we'll bridge on here. Higher priority up here. Fun, fun, silly willy. It looks like we got a little bit of natural gas stored up. What do we got? We've got 869 kilos here, 84 here, 107 there. So we've got over a ton of natural gas stored up. They made an update to the gas reservoirs because nobody was using them. Nobody was using gas reservoirs. It's like I forget what they used to hold, but it was like you'd have to spam a whole fucking map's worth to make them useful at all. So they upgraded them to 1 ton of gas a while back. So they're actually kind of useful now. I missed a spot. How you doing, Chris? Welcome on in. I mean, I know you're messing around, but I wouldn't doubt it. We're taming an infectious polluted oxygen vent. Then we've got to pull some shenanigans. Oh, Jesus Christ. Honk subscribed with Prime. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Currently on a 1-month streak. They've subscribed for 2 months. Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I was just saying a moment ago how I was like wondering. I was like, man, I got more money in my bank account than I thought I did. Like, huh? I guess I'm doing okay this month. And then I was like, I looked this morning through all my emails and I saw that I had a Twitch payout, and I was like, oh, that's why I can afford groceries. So it does mean a lot to me. It's super huge. It's super huge. So, thank you. Monetary support is always appreciated. Never required, always appreciated type of thing. You know, I'm trying my very best to be a good streamer. It's huge. But, yeah, we're getting stuff done. We're on the slow and steady. So, Ani is what I call a cozy game for me. I'm not trying to do any crazy... Like, we've got a challenging map. This is not a This is not a walk in the park, you know, just plug some algae into a basic thing and, you know, run your colony for a few hundred cycles. We've got to overcome some stuff, but I do love me some math. But we are not on max sliders. We're not starting on, like, an ice cube of a planet, although our planet is pretty cold. Yeah, our planet's pretty cold, but we did get a few warm biomes that we were able to, like, incorporate in. And so we haven't had trouble with our crops. We're just kind of doing little bits and pieces at a time as we go here, and it's gradually working out. We really lucked out with this pip. But what I was saying is, yeah, I think this is more of like a cozy style game for me. I'm not trying to do. We've done challenges. We did the 100 cycle hands off challenge that Zed came up with, where it was like, can we build a fully sustainable base in, you know, under 100 cycles? The answer is yes, if I'm not an idiot. Basically, I didn't do the math properly, or at all for that matter, for the number of ranches to transition to. If I had realized that Bomb Lily was a free crop, and I had done the math on the amount of meat that Drekos drop, I would have put in 5 farms instead of 4 just for some overkill, and we legitimately would have had a colony that lasted forever. I think maybe eventually it might have had some problems with the cool steam vent not being able to be cooled properly, but, you know, probably thousands of cycles down the road, so. Oh, right, we need power for the shutoff. I forgot about that. So we need to get that in there. Got automation hooked up there. We've got to put another pump in over here. So what I'd like to do eventually here, so we get this thing hooked up, right? This way we've got oxygen coming in from over here. We switch from an open air electrolyzer to a submerged SPOM with the anti-entropy thermal nullifier working in our favor, right? There's a build I want to do where we use the nullifier. We're trying to use as many passive possibilities as we can here, because we are very short on power until we can tap into the magma power, which is going to require us to do a few things. It's going to require us to do. It's going to require us to get plastic at the very least, and plastic is not an easy thing to come by until we get over to the Drekos on the other planet. There are Drekos on the other planet, but we got a lot of cleanup to do on this planet before we can get over there. Let me blow my nose real quick. Alright, that feels better. I didn't think I'd be stuffy this morning. I got up, I went for a walk, I took a nice hot shower, then like cold shower to bring the body temp down after the walk. But here we are with a stuffy nose again. We do have a lot of food options compared to what I would have thought we'd be dealing with, so that is phenomenal. And we've even got some more stuff we can dig out, theoretically. Actually, let's not make that a deal. Alright, how are we doing over here? Okay. And we need to get a door in here for our pip. Now they may not be able to plant there because of the plants over here, so we might actually have to knock out some of this plume squash. Not an optimal situation, but I want this Wheezewort in there killing germs. We could, in theory, set up a germ sensor, but I think when this gets going, we should be fine. I mean, if we're not, we'll do some adjustments. It's not like breaking into an oxygen chamber is not the worst thing in the world, unless we screw up the oxygen. Now, there is CO2 in there, so we're going to have to do a little shenanigans to get the CO2 out of there, but it shouldn't be too bad. 235 grams of CO2, a little bit of CO2 there. So before we allow this to pump stuff into this chamber, we're going to have to vacuum out this chamber. Did I hear printables? I did not. I'm just a weirdo. Ah, we're starting to warm up the cold map. It's nice. It's very nice. Now, the cool thing is... Hi, Julie! How you doing? Let's do a shout-out for Julie Pixels. Shout-out. Julie Pixels. How you doing, Julie? How's the steam room coming along? I hope it was helpful and not annoying. But, guys, definitely go check out Julie. She's got some cool stuff going on Oxygen Not Included, and in general. I know you got a farm sim you're playing, and then you're doing Terraria. Like, you got a lot going on. I remember when you only streamed Ani for a while. What's our temperature? -2, -4, negative, negative, negative. We do not want to freeze our pip to death. Alright. Let's do some double checking on this because we need this pip. Livable down to -30. So if we go over here, we're at like -3, -3. Okay, so how much space is in here? 13 tiles. So they won't be overcrowded and they won't freeze to death. So let's do a temporary pip relocation program here. Let's get the pip over here. Did we do this twice? Yeah, okay. So then we can deconstruct this and get that swept out of there. I need all the help I can get on Steam Room stuff. I mean, I'm happy to help in any way I can. I love doing Steam Rooms. We will probably get to one eventually on this map. I'm not sure. I completely forgot that Desolans is the natural second planet, and I thought we were going to radioactive ocean. We have no water vents on this planet. We have hydrogen, natural gas, liquid sulfur, and infectious polluted oxygen on this map, and our liquid sulfur is up here. So, you know, that's a whole thing. Our second planet is a Desolans planet. We have a natural gas, cool steam, chlorine, hot polluted oxygen, and oil reservoir. So it's gonna be an interesting. Oh, you already planted it, you marvelous son of a bitch. Let's get you back over where it's warmer and safer, so Uncle Netherhouse doesn't have to worry. So we're currently doing a tame on this infectious polluted oxygen vent. That's where we're at. Which I honestly think we might legitimately be almost done with it. That goes there. That goes there. Let's make sure nothing is through there. Got power wires. And We should liquid lock in here. This is how we're going to get sand in. This is how we're going to get clay out. So we're going to do some super, super simple stuff. Clay out. Sand in. We're going to have them manually delete. Wait. That's backwards. Strike that. Reverse it. So clay is coming out here. Sand is going to go in there. We'll link in the conductive wire like that. And then we got to figure out... So this Wheezewort is going to chill our air, and it's going to kill the germs, is the plan. Quite nicely, I might add. Okay, quick liquid lock is what we need here. So we need one there, there, and there. So let's bring you up. Let's get that built. And then we'll put in a liquid lock, and then we'll get in here and study this thing. Yeah, I know no water vent on a planet can be very scary. But I'm up for the challenge. We've got a lot of like ambient water. Like this is our main water tank here. We got a tall skinny guy this time around. This is an ice biome that we melted out for industry. We're getting water from burning natural gas for power. We've got all this ice over here that we can melt out. All this ice over here we can melt out. Ice here. More ice right here. And then this whole biome over here as well. So we've got a couple of plans. I want to get this phlox. What we're going to try and do is get a couple of shears out of the phlox wild without taming it. Use that to make ethanol so that we can liquid lock into the cold zone here. And then we're going to try and use the pip to wild plant the pike apples so that we can use the pike apples to feed the phloxes. Is it an optimal plan? Probably not. Is it a fun little challenge? Maybe. Now, I don't need this to actually be crazy. We just need that for now. And this can get deconstructed because we no longer need to be able to access this chamber here. Found out why you should still play Murder instead of Fel. Why is that? Fel is a sorcery. Okay, yeah. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I guess instant speed is always better. Same thing with Go for the Throat, then. Go for the Throat's an instant, right? You know what I was thinking about, speaking about Magic the Gathering? In the original Magic the Gathering, there were instants and interrupts. And then they did away with interrupts, and they were like, this is too complicated. We don't want to have interrupts. So basically, like, an instant could reply to an instant. An interrupt could reply to an instant. But an instant could not reply to an interrupt. So, like a counterspell was an interrupt. So if you played a spell and someone played a counterspell, you could not play an instant to deal with it. You could only play another interrupt, like a counterspell. And I was like, okay, so they got rid of that for sake of simplification. Seems legit, right? Except now they've added an ability called Split Second. And if someone casts a spell with Split Second, you can't cast anything. Like, you can't cast anything after Split Second was cast. So, it's like, so more or less you guys brought back interrupts. Not exactly, but like, I don't know. They do a lot of weird things in that game. T. Go for the throw as an instant, but it only kills non-artifact creatures. Yeah. Okay, so they're working on buttoning this up over here. We could totally... Let's mop up some water over here. That way we can use it over there. Oh, wait. How much water is here? Oh, then cancel that nonsense. Ah, whatever. They can mop that. We'll use this water. Actually, we don't need these blocks at all. We just need that block. A drop of water there, and then they can get up and get down into here. How much time is on Bob? 6.3 cycles. That is... We do not have a lot of stuff going on here as far as time. We've got some scary bits. I'm very glad this went in as fast as it did with the pip, and that these plume squash didn't pose a problem. That's pretty dope. Alright, again, we can't really pick dupes, so we're just going to take the care package. I don't think we need blossom seeds very much, but... 1.7 tons of steel, guys. So we are slowly making some steel as the animals on our map are hatching and cycling out, which means we've got enough steel for an aqua tuner. We don't have enough power for an aqua tuner. That's our big problem right now, is power. Which could easily be dealt with in theory. So on our second planet, we do have an oil biome. We don't have a volcano. But as you see, we've got a nice bank of lava up here. I'm pretty sure this lava would last us a lot of time. Now, gaining access to both sides of it in a way that doesn't fuck us over is going to be a whole thing, right? It is going to take a long time to drain through that. So, like, if we want to be able to get to space, we got to go through this little chute. And we got to get to space at one point or another, but that's probably not going to be for a while, because we're going to want to do databank research, which requires plastic, which is more or less going to require us to get the Drecos spun up, which... it's not currently a thing. So we've got gas pipes there. We've got automation pipes. We've got automation wires there. We've got that thing coming out. What we need to do... We need to vent this chamber. And then all of this requires us to get some power over here, right? How much power is here? 240... We should realistically put down another set of transformers to go over there. You know what? It could go on this line. We just need to put another transformer over here. Okay, and then... oh, this is going to freeze. We can't really liquid lock in here, I don't think. Okay, we're gonna have to live dangerously. But let's make sure we've got everything else in place first. Well, we're going to wind up with some infectious polluted oxygen in the base. Likely. What we can do is wait for this to go, to start vibrating. And then when it stops, we could crack in there and analyze it. But no, I didn't want you to... you son of a bitch. I told you to move it. Okay. My bad. I didn't cancel the, So once we get this contraption sorted out, we'll start working on the Phlox relocation project. Now, you know, it is really cold over here, right? It's cold. Fuck it. Let's just get this done. Is it already venting? Yep. If I'd have waited just a second, it vents from this tile over here, so... Snip that upper area, get this going. If it is... We don't necessarily need to vacuum this place out. There we go. All right, we've got all the carbon dioxide out of there, and the water goes into the right spot. Oh my god, it's already working. Oh shit, I fucked this up. How did I fuck this up again? Always the same way. No matter how much I play this game, I cannot seem to get priority right on pipes. Yeah, I see what's going on now. Do you have anything other than hydrogen in you? No. Okay, we're gonna snip that for a hot second. Is someone coming to build this? I guess not. I guess everybody is sleeping and eating. Julie will build it now. Alright, let's try to go a little bit faster here. Oh, it puts out slime lung. Yeah, that's bad. But between the cold and the radiation, it's getting killed pretty quick. Alright, so when Julie wakes up, she should go over and check this out. I did not realize that slime lung was what came out of there. It's a good thing we got that Wheezewort in place. Absolutely annihilating all the germs. And neutronium is 100% protection from radiation, which is pretty awesome. How much sand do we have? 208 tons of sand. So we're not going to be hurting for sand anytime soon. So now we have an oxygen production facility that also doubles as a clay production facility up here. Let's just wait for Julie to get this done. I want to be able to button this up. I thought it was food poisoning germs. I'm not going to lie. But slime lung is a little bit more serious. But the Wheezewort seems to be doing its job already. Like, I see 0 germs. Even it was like trying to get out here, and the Wheezewort's radiation is killing it as it moves through here. I mean, Julie's covered in slime lung germs, but... between it being cold over here and the Wheezewort, it seems to be... Yeah, it's getting killed, like, immediately. Okay, so this is now pumping hydrogen down because I'm a jackass. Okay. It's fine. That hydrogen will eventually float all the way back up. It'll be fine. Ah, pips. So this Wheezewort will never need any type of fertilization. It'll just stay there, doing its thing forever, killing germs, and chilling this place down. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I feel pretty happy that I'm able to throw together a system like this. Like, I didn't think about this or plan it in debug mode or anything. It's just that we've done similar stuff to this so many times that when we got on, it's like, no, let's just take a pause, do a little plan, and then just start building it. And bam, we're an hour and a half into stream, and we've got a source of oxygen that we didn't have when we started stream. So yay. It's going to require us a little bit of power, but I put in one pump up here because it's not likely that we're going to have more than one pump's worth of activity in here, just from previous experiences with vents and stuff. But we put 2 down here just in case we get to the point where we've got... Oh, wait. Let's get that data disk out of there ASAP. Holy shit, I need to get ready. Get ready! Do it! Do it, do it, do it, do it. It's too entertaining? Well, thank you. I try to be entertaining. I mean, we could have tried to make this a little bit smaller, but I'm over being like, our map is not so small, we're not so choked for space that we have to make every tamer like 100% efficient. This chamber down here, that's like perfect. Like, we've got the 2 tiles for our wet vent, we've got 2 gas pumps, the Wheezewort, the Atmos sensor, all good, all gravy. This chamber here is a little on the big side, but I think that's actually good because we need room for this to vent. You know, we don't ever want to be in a situation where it can't off-vent. Off-gas. Whatever, whatever. Alright. So now we've got a whole system in place. See, polluted. Oh, there's CO2 in there. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. We could... When this thing goes dormant, in 67 cycles, we could do some shenanigans in here where we pump this down to a vacuum just to get the CO2 out. Maybe we'll do that just for, you know, completion's sake, but for now I think we're just gonna let it be. It's not gonna interfere with anything as far as off-gassing, right? No, if anything, it's gonna help this thing off-gas because it's gonna be a small amount of CO2 just kicking about. And because we've got a filtration system in place up here, it should never... If you look at it, we've got enough of these deodorizers. We're not even getting any polluted oxygen going up here. This recycling program is almost not necessary. It's just a fail-safe so we don't wind up with polluted O2 in the base. Okay. Thank you, Past Nether, for clearing that space out and making that easy on us. Now... Let's talk floxes. Alright, it is time to take out these mealwood farms. If we need to put them back in later, we'll put them back in later, but they're kind of occupying space that could be used for other things, right? Three, four, so that would be there on 2, 3. Okay. Yeah, so let's just do a few simple cleanup projects here. This is going to help with oxygen getting down through here just a little bit as well, so... Whatever, I'll just let them eat that. I'll put some loud music on. Alright, sounds good. We do love loud music. By we, I don't know what I mean by that. Okay, let's get that all swept out of there. Let's get all of that swept out of there. This works, huh? This just works? I guess I know how to play this game. I mean, at least a little bit. Bob over here is almost 4 cycles out. Oh, that's reed fiber. I was like, why aren't they using those eggshells? Well, it's not eggshells, it's reed fiber. These idiots are going to go underwater to do what I want them to do, aren't they? Alright, so we've chopped a few things out, right? Now we have 1 phlox that's going to stay wild, so we could put in a temporary setup. It's only got to be 12 tiles large. Right. Oh, sticker bombs. That's like... I never even noticed when they do that, but there's a sticker bomb over there. What we could do is just stick one in right here for now. Eating the glass and everything. What's the temp over here? 20C. I'd kind of like to put it over here. Alright, this can get deconstructed now. There's not a lot of water left over there, so let's get that deconstructed. And what we'll do is we'll fill in the gaps there, and that should allow us to mop. There's only 600 kilos. Yeah, that should... we'll just build tiles there, mop that up. That'll be good. Sand. There's a hatch in there? We'll deal with that in a little bit. Actually... yeah, it's fine. Yeah, let's just do a couple of cleanup love you, I'll see you after... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Love you too. Good luck. Be safe. Enjoy college. Alright, so we need to move some things around, namely water. So, this tank up here is going to get in the way. Like, we're going to have to, like, do some actual finagling over here. Maybe just lift it up? Lifting it is harder than dropping it. Because, okay, so let me explain. We want to integrate the anti-entropy thermal nullifier into an oxygen setup that will take the hydrogen away from helping power the base, because it'll just focus on keeping the oxygen cool. But that'll be a fun little project. I don't know why I love this so much. It's so freaking cool. Like, literally no slime lung down here. We've got enough radiation that it instantly kills it. That is so cool. Naturally planted Wheezewort for the win. And then it's got chill on top of it. This is what I'm trying to get into, is like naturally like integrated systems. Like the Wheezewort's going to chill the oxygen and kill the germs. The anti-entropy thermal nullifier is going to chill the oxygen over here. We won't have to get rid of germs because we're going to be using our water. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to prioritize. Yeah, I think we want to get that up too. I want to get the floxes going, but I think it's more important to work on this. Because what we want to do is stop having this pump all the time. We want to prioritize the oxygen coming from here, because this is more or less free oxygen, whereas this is costing us our water. So we want to build a submerged electrolyzer setup here. We'll probably build it large enough to sustain 2 electrolyzers, but we're not going to get to that point anytime soon, because we don't know how much oxygen we're going to be able to produce long term. We'll do some math at a certain point. I'm going to take the brine. We can't look at dupes. Literally, like, let's not even look at the stats on the dupes. We just can't afford to take dupes on. It's just not a thing. So, rather than getting into boxing the floxes, let's focus on getting this tank adjusted. Not necessarily moved, but adjusted. Because we need access to this space right here to get our next project done. So... now, how are we going to do that becomes the question. Like, it's not an obscene amount of water. Like, if we do the right kind of adjustments here... okay, let's do a little pause here. So let's say we bring it down to here, right? Like, just a straight up, like... like, that should be plenty of space for it, theoretically. And then to make this an easy transition, could just, like, do something like that, realistically. And this all just slides down into here. And then we can kind of shave this out so this water just drops and slides into the tank. Something like that should probably be reasonable. Yeah, and we've got plenty of copper ore, right, if I remember correctly? 173 tons. So let's just use the airflow tiles. So we've got 2 out of the 4 vents tamed. The hydrogen vent is going to require us to get on board with some plastic, because we need a steam vent to do that. This really makes me happy. Just like this whole setup here. I want our whole map to start looking like stuff like this, basically. And I'm going to try and take a little bit different approach than I usually do. My goal is usually to like do a whole ladder network everywhere. I think once I've dug out places, I'm going to start ripping the ladders out so they can only path to the locations I need them to path to. Which I think is a more normal way of doing this stuff. They should be able to go do. Yep. Get those solid tiles dug out of there. Yeah, I guess our focus today is stabilizing our oxygen a little bit more. If we have to, we can squeak by on coal power. We've got 49 tons of it, and our hatches are starting to make more. So that will... that'll do. Man, we got a little bit of everything. We got barbecue, we got preserves, we got a lot of stuff going on that's just good stuff as far as dupe food is concerned. Alright, how we going over here? We're going to want to move this. Yeah. We'll let them build that. We've already got half a ton of clay. So that'll be good when we start getting into making ceramic. Yeah, we got to start getting a little bit more heavy-handed with this whole map. So we got to get things sorted out so that they're less obnoxious here. Like what we might also want to do is, since this tank is going to be here, we might want to set up a purification system. And just run that directly in. Maybe we'll set up... Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. We might set up like an infinite liquid storage over here. Filter the water into that infinite liquid storage. Oh yeah, that would be cool. That'd be a way around all of this. Not around, but that'd be a way to consolidate space over here. So since this stuff is over freezing, we could run this through a water sieve, pump it into infinite liquid storage, attach to our anti-entropy thermal nullifier, can submerge spam situation, and then have a second pump on it, basically sending the water back up to the metal refinery. Yeah. Okay. Those are the projects I want to work on, guys. We'll get our air a little bit more under control. Then it'll take less water and less power. So we're just going to make all of our air systems efficient. And then we got to just start taking out everything and just getting it going. Like we've got, what is this? This is 20 tons, 40 tons. We've got 44 tons of sulfur. I could probably just look at the map, right? 43.2 tons of sulfur. Yeah. 265 kilos of that. got a nice amount of natural gas saved up here. Yeah, if we just stay light on the power, we should be able to pull through until Bob here comes back online. We're going to have 44 cycles of this off, so we'll get Bob back on at cycle 170. Not bad. If anybody wants to name dupes or geysers, there are point redemptions for that. I think Ellie is available to be named. She hasn't been named yet. And Travaldo is available to be named. Travaldo is our dedicated cook. Who's also going to get a point in plumbing right now just to help them carry things. Oh, actually, Travaldo is not only our cook, they're going to be our artist as well. Tom is our rancher farmer. Devo is a digger builder, a mechatronics engineer is the plan for him. Thriller is a digger builder. Bat guy over here is plumber, hauler. Julie's our researcher and a mechatronics engineer. Ellie is a hauler, plumber. You know, Ellie and the bat guy are just cleaning up the map. But Ellie is available to name, and Travaldo's available to name. And if you guys have names for geysers, Bob is our, I think Aya named Bob over here, the natural gas geyser. We don't have a name for the infectious polluted oxygen vent. The hydrogen vent was named by Emily. It's Dorothy. So the other ones, so you could name the infectious polluted oxygen or the sulfur geyser. We've been using the pet redemption for the geysers, so feel free to weigh in on that. So look at that. This room is now green because of all the cold that was over here mixing with the thing. And this room is still nicely chilled. Oh, God, I love that. I don't know why these types of contraptions make me so happy, but they do. They make me really fucking happy. Okay, so you've got this in place. Where are you going? Construction dig. What do you mean? Oh, demolish the ladder. Of course, you're going to go that way. Instead of going up here and demolishing it from over there, you're going to do it from this side, yeah? Where you can't breathe. Let's stand underwater instead of on the ladder. Good job. Let's go a little faster. Woo-woo! Cheers, everybody. If anybody's got any questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, dad jokes, feel free to throw them out my way. Happy to, love engaging. I can run my mouth pretty consistently for long periods of time without any stimulation, but it is a lot easier when people have stuff for me to bounce off of, if that makes any sense. So, no stress over here if you guys want to throw some stuff in the hat. Yeah, we'll get this water moved out of our way. We're going to have to move these pipes, too. It's getting a little toasty over here. Oh, up to 50 degrees. All right, so we're not too toasty. We got time on that nonsense. What I might do is kind of... Treble Queen, raiding with a party of 8. How you doing, Treble? What were you playing today? Factorio. Yeah, someone was just talking about the updates. How is it going? Treble Raid! Welcome on in, everybody. I'm Nethercloud. I stream noon to 6, Monday through Saturday. We do RimWorld, Oxygen Not Included, and are currently doing Satisfactory on Saturdays. We are kicking butt. Guys, if you haven't checked out Treble, go give her some love. She's an awesome, awesome person, great streamer, and likes all the same games we do. It's a terrible raid. Look out for trouble. It's a Treble raid. Look out for trouble. Okay. We just did this clever little contraption over here. We're on a planet with no water vents. We don't have cool steam vents. We don't have geysers. We don't have anything. So what we do have is a natural gas geyser, an infectious polluted oxygen vent, a liquid sulfur geyser buried under magma, and a hydrogen vent down here. We've also got a lot of cold and ice. So we've been running off of ambient liquid that we have kicking about. So today we knocked out a quick tame on the infectious polluted oxygen vent. We used a pip to get a wheezewort planted in our oxygen chamber down here, so it's instantly killing all of the slime lung. This thing off gases, gets filtered up here. They drop in sand in here, which goes into this for filtration medium, and this sweeper picks up the clay and drops it back out. I do guess the clay has probably got slime lung. We'll have to deal with that at one point. That's fine. We might... For now, it's just dying in the -20 cold, but we'll probably have to do something about that. I'm not going to deal with it now. I'll deal with it when it becomes a problem or we've got other stuff to deal with. Right now, what we're doing is, this whole biome was an ice biome. We melted it out using our industry. So we're slowly but surely chopping some abyssalite out over here. To try and get ourselves to move this tank out of the way, because I want to build a submerged spawn over here next to the anti-entropy thermal nullifier. The infectious polluted oxygen vent does not have a name yet. No, if you'd like to name it, Aya, you can do so. So today we're working on the efficiency of our oxygen, both efficiency water-wise and power-wise, because we need to get that sorted out. So we're dropping the power down. We're trying to dig enough so that the water just all drops down here, and then we'll get a few other bits and bobs sorted out over here. Let me think about how I want to approach this, actually. So, I had this idea on the last few attempts, but we never Jessie? I know a Jessie. She's awesome. Okay, so Jessie is now the name of our infectious polluted oxygen vent. Hello, Jessie. Okay, so Jessie's kicking out polluted oxygen, which we're filtering into regular oxygen. That's getting sent over here. This thing is cycling the oxygen that we're getting from our electrolyzer here, which is why we're working on getting a proper electrolyzer set up. What we're going to do is we're going to build the anti-entropy thermal nullifier into our oxygen chamber over here. Build enough so that we could run 2 electrolyzers theoretically, because, you know, I don't want to have to break back in to add it. I don't think we're going to be going above 8 dupes on this planet, but if we realize we have enough water to go to 16, I want to be able to go up to 16 if we can. So what we're going to do is the anti-entropy thermal nullifier will be built inside of the oxygen chamber. We'll have a hydrogen generator built into the hydrogen side just for space saving. And what we're going to do is set up some automation so that if we have, based on the temperature that's currently in the oxygen tank and the amount of hydrogen in our hydrogen tank, we will pump oxygen into the anti-entropy thermal nullifier to cool down the oxygen. That way we can use a lot of times you wind up not necessarily wasting, but you have hydrogen that you're creating by doing the electrolyzers, and you're not using all of it to power the necessary accoutrements to get the job done. So what I thought is, since we're going to have a little bit of extra hydrogen floating about, we might as well use that to help cool the oxygen. That'll take some of the onus of those needs. That's probably not the right word. That'll take some of that need off of our main systems for cooling and such. A little bit of passive cooling so we don't have to spend power, which is also in short supply. Even though we've got all this magma up here and this heat will translate into power eventually, big problem with that is that we don't have access to plastic yet. Our best bet on plastic is to get to our second planet and, you know, abscond with a Dreco egg so that we can start ranching Drecos. Doody-doo. Hey, Chris. How you doing? You still kicking around over there? What's going on in your world today? How you doing? What have you been up to lately? I know you play like hundreds of games, so what's on the agenda for Mr. Chris today? Mafic rock. I gotta figure out something. Does anybody have a good use for Mafic rock? Like, I don't have a good use case scenario for Mafic rock. Right now I bought to play Sims 4 downloading. Oh, hell yeah. I'd like to get into some Sims at one point or another. I just never really pulled the trigger on any Sims stuff. So I hear Sims 4 is good, so. It's free? Oh, shit. Alright, so let's go over to Steam real quick. We'll just leave that running in the background. Let's do Sims 4. And let's hit download. Excellent. Downloading and ready to install. Just the expansions are not. Okay, that makes sense. They gotta make their money somewhere, right? Can't really blame them. Alright, before I get out of control here. How do we want to... Hey, Cat Pig, how you doing? I'll be lurking as it is time to prepare for work. Of course, of course. Good luck with the work preparation. I'll be here for at least another 4 hours, maybe a little longer, depending on how our projects are going. Like I said, I got a few things I want to try and get done, so... Actually, this can go for now. $1,324.17 if you want to buy all 88 DLCs. No shit, that is crazy. Yeah, some games are like that. They just have so many DLCs. I remember when I was playing the first Cities Skylines, like, it's not really good, like, just straight vanilla. Like, it's, you really need at least a handful of the DLCs, so you're like, oh, the game's not too expensive, and then you look at what you need as far as the DLCs, you're like, well, I'm going to be spending at least $100, and I'm still not going to have everything. And then Cities Skylines 2 came out, and I don't think they have an ass load of DVDs at the, or not DVDs, DLCs at the moment, but it's still a lot. That's yeah, I played Tropico for a hot second. I think I got like probably one of the games I have like 40-50 hours in. Never really got super crazy with it. I should play that more. Loved all of them so far. Nice. I like city builders and I like build. Anything you can build in. Anything you can build in, I like it. I know I've said it a few times, but I'm really proud of being able to just throw this together. We are going to have to come up with some sort of decontamination chamber for the clay. A little bit. I will get into tower defense games, but I tend to play them for like a few hours and then get bored and like just ADHD out. Like, I always think I'm going to like tower defense games, and then I actually play them, and I'm like, meh. So, if I found one that was, like, really grooving, I'd get into it. You really like tower defense, Cat Pig? Well, there you go. I'm sure Chris has got some suggestions, then. Usually, if he's 3, 5, and 6. Probably one reason I prefer Factorio over Satis. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Factorio and Dyson both have that, like, set up kind of like a tower defense style vibe to deal with the enemies versus the active go hunting the enemies thing of Satis. I've gotten really good at blowing stuff up with Nobelisks. I'll comb through my games, but I know of a base builder and a TD at the same time. Ooh. I'm down to take a look at just about anything. So, like, both RimWorld and Oxygen Not Included, I ignored on Steam. When I first saw them, I was like, this looks like garbage. I'm not going to play this game. Like, full on. And I had friends be like, Nether, you would love RimWorld. Like, you should definitely play RimWorld. You should definitely play RimWorld. And I'm like, I don't know, man. It looks kind of like dog shit, in my opinion. And same thing about Ani. And the saddest combat is more like an FPS. I was practically guaranteed to buy Ani. Yeah, so Linus and John told me about RimWorld. Linus especially was like, just like, you got to try RimWorld. You're going to love RimWorld. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. And I kept looking at it like, this doesn't look fun. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you guys see in this game. It just doesn't look like something I'd enjoy, right? And then I wound up like, I was just, you know, oh God. I gotta remember to not trap them underwater. And Clay don't just make good games. They don't just treat the community well. They treat their staff well. Yeah, Clay... I like Clay as a developer a lot. So, what happened was, I was not into Oxygen, and I swear this wraps back around to Ani too. I wasn't into RimWorld. I was like, I don't know, dude, this doesn't look like something I'd enjoy. And then I was just kind of clicking through content one day on YouTube, looking for more stuff to watch, because I'd watched like everything by all the creators I like in general. And I saw that Ambiguous Amphibian was doing a Sea Ice playthrough with RimWorld. And I was like, what was that bloop? Was that a bloop in the game or a bloop? Steam? Oh, okay, okay. So I watched Ambiguous Amphibian do his Sea Ice playthrough in RimWorld, and I was like, oh, I get it now. I get it. You messaged me the game. Gotcha, gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate that. Check it out in a bit. And I was basically just over there like, I understand now. I understand why people like this game. I get what it has to offer. I think I'm going to give it a try, and that's when I got into RimWorld. In this city builder and tower defense game, you will command a small band of shipwrecked colonists, progress from struggling to survive the elements to a thriving kingdom that will smash the demon hordes that dare attack your settlement, is the Steam thing. The description? Exodus Borealis. Ooh. I'll try anything once, twice if you're lucky. So basically, that's what got me into RimWorld, was watching Ambiguous Amphibian do Sea Ice, which is why the Sea Ice playthrough that we finished was such, like, a close to my heart type of playthrough. Like, Sea Ice was what got me into the game, so for me to be able to get to the point of skill where I could actually do Sea Ice, I was like, hell yeah. And so I'm playing RimWorld, getting super stoked on it, getting sucked in, and I found Francis John. So Francis John has become my favorite content creator for just about everything. I love what that man does. I'm currently sleeping on his new content because I'm waiting for enough of it to come out to sit and binge it. Because I was keeping up episode by episode, and I've been finding myself like, I want to see more now. So I'm just kind of waiting until I can binge out on some of the stuff he's doing. But Francis plays the hell out of Ani. And I was like, I ran out of RimWorld videos to watch by him and Adam. And I was like, well, let me throw Ani on in the background. I don't like the look of this game. I'm not interested in this game. But I do like listening to Francis talk. So I'll just put that in the background while I do other stuff. And as I'm doing that, it's just slowly seeping into my brain, slowly but surely. And then I got to the point where I'm like, I don't know, I guess it's kind of a cool game. I don't think I'd play it because I'd probably just copy the way Francis plays, and I don't want to just be a clone of somebody else, right? And then it was on sale, and then John and Taco decided to get it. And they were like, Nether, are you going to get it? It's on sale. And I was like, I don't know. And they were like, well, the sale ends tomorrow and we're getting it. And I'm like, well, fuck. If two of my good friends are going to get the game and it's on sale and it's going off sale the next day, I should probably grab it. Maybe I'll never play it. You know, famous last words and all that shit. So I bought the game, pretty much immediately started playing it. And now I'm like, what, 1,600 hours in? I don't know. Exodus Borealis. Okay, I'm going to leave that message up so I don't forget about it. So I went from thinking like, I probably won't like this game to, holy shit, I can't stop playing this game. So that's where we're at now. Again, we can't even look at the dupes. We're just going to take whatever else is offered to us because we are on a very precarious thing. It would be really easy to get carried away. I'm going to leave this pipe here because I feel like eventually what's going to happen is we're going to start letting this biome melt out and get dropped down here. Now, I gotta be honest, I don't know what we're gonna do with 3 anti-entropy thermal nullifiers, except for the fact that we've got a hydrogen vent here, so... The thing is I feel like the hydrogen vent's gonna be our interim power before we can set up some sort of magma-based power system, so... So, yay? Just chopping out little bits and pieces everywhere. Let's get rid of the natural tiles, everybody. How are we doing over here? This stuff's about to melt out as well, so... How is this unreachable? Hang on. Let me check out your pathing. Oh, right there. Okay, I gotcha. Let's do that, and then let's deconstruct that. Okay. Getting stuff done, getting stuff done. I'm trying not to go too fast, because in the back of my mind, I'm watching all these meters on our gas tanks. Since we're not doing tons of refining or radiation research, our power is pretty solid, and I'd like to keep that in mind. Like, we've got, you know, 40-something cycles after Bob goes offline here. I mean, he's super happy, even though he can't breathe underwater. Go, 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 Devo. Alright, the ice we need to melt over here is melting. One of the tiles melted. The other ones are about to... they need to get to 2 degrees. They put in like a 2-degree over-under on state changes. So if you have everything state change right at 0... you just wind up with stuff flashing back and forth, or whatever their state change temperature is at. So what they did is they put in a 2-degree buffer. So it's got to get 2 tiles. How is there polluted water in the airflow tile? It's fine. It'll probably spill out at one point, and we'll have to mop it, but, you know, it is what it is. Also, we mopped up all the water there, so let's dig out these tiles and get that hatch up here. Oh boy. We do have to get that, we do have to get another pump in down here, so let's start doing that as well. God, where do we put the pump? I think we put the pump over here. And we're gonna need ladders to get over there, right? Get that back hooked up. Still good temperature over there for the grub fruit preserves. We are going down in calories a little bit, but that's fine because we tend to get like bursts of them, and we're not down low on calories by any means. We've got 32 plume squash, 28 gristle, 23 frostbun, 22 roast grub fruit, and 5,600 fried mushrooms. Ooh, our first crop of mushrooms came in, and we've got another fungal spore, so we'll get that planted down as well. Free food all day long, right? But let's focus in on this project. We'll micromanage some of that nonsense soon enough. The thing I didn't take into account with my math with the grub fruits is the sweetle tending. The sweetle tending is dramatically speeding up the whole process. So we don't need quite as many as I thought we might need. We're going to chop under there, too, so we can see if that polluted water will drop out of there or not. We'll leave a little lip here so that when we dig out these tiles, we can mop it. It's not a lot, right? 32 kilos. Maybe a little more than I would like, but we'll stay on top of it. There we go. Now that stuff is mopped out. Now we do have some chill on this side, which is a thing, right? Exodus and fall foxies? Foxies. Like floxes, but foxes? Foxy floxes? Like kitties? Aw. I love kitties. Kitties are the best. Just foxes. Somehow that got polluted water in it again. Just grammared wrong. Cute. Nice. Okay. Devo's just going nuts over here. All right, we're up to 1.8 tons of steel. It's amazing when you take on other projects how much actually gets done in the background. Actually, I was talking about purifying the water. We should put some polluted water aside. Yeah. Yeah, I think what we got to start doing is collecting the polluted water coming from the natural gas. Because we're going to need it for a cooling loop. Because we need to get stuff pretty friggin' cold. Polluted water doesn't freeze until a much lower temperature. So that squirts out there. Alright, let me think here real quick. What can we do? So, I want that 2 tiles high, then that goes there. Just a temporary tank here. So what I'm doing here is I've got a 2 tile tall over here and a 1 tile here. There should be no problem with this thing pumping in there, but in case I forget it, In case I forget it, this thing fills up and it starts overflowing, then this will overflow over this side and drop before it does over here. But realistically, I shouldn't... Actually, you know what? Screw this. We're not going to forget things. We're just going to make extra. Alright, cool. So we'll start collecting the polluted water over here for our eventual necessity of cooling loops. This thing is not... Okay. We're working on decommissioning this loop, and this electrolyzer is our main plan here. So, not going to worry too much about what that is. You're dormant? Okay, cool. Yeah, so right now we're bridging the oxygen from here onto the oxygen we're generating with this thing. We want to reverse that paradigm. We want to set up a submerged spawn and prioritize this, and then bridge on with our submerged spawn over here, because this is infinite. Well, until we run out of the 200 tons of sand. But by the time we run out of 200 tons of sand as filtration medium, I'm pretty sure we're going to have another way of dealing with that. You know, we'll find a planet with regolith, or we'll be making this into igneous rock, which we could crush up for some sand at one point, you know. What are you guys doing? Where are you, and why are you not building the things that need to get built? Okay. So that's built. I do feel like we don't have quite enough room over here yet. So how are we gonna expand this tank without having too many problems? Like, we could get it over to here. I think we're going to come in that side is what we're going to do. So we're going to dig that out. We're going to dig this out. That'll also give us access to the plume squash. And then we're going to start putting in airflow tiles here. I don't think we should get pressure damage, but yeah, okay, if we're not getting pressure damage here, we're not going to get pressure damage here. Shouldn't anyway. But also, let's put one there as well. They'll be able to diagonal build. We'll do that for now. I just need a little bit more room on that project. But before we go any further on this, I think it's about time we take a quick restroom break. I want to stay on top of the body. I've been doing better with all of my things, health and water and all of that. Thank you guys for redeeming like hydrates and stuff. I'm trying to lose some weight, get more water in my body, and you guys have been instrumental. If I just dial in a few things, I'll be even better. But we're going to do a restroom break. I'll put up the links to Bobby's music if you like the Be Right Back music. That's the guy. Go show his band some love. Him and my other friend Jesse. They do the music they are the Electric Delirium. They're really great people, and they do great music, so go give them some love if you like it. Also, I'm going to run a quick commercial break, so if you're subscribed, you won't see one, but if you're not, thank you for your eyeballs. I really do appreciate it. Every little penny helps when you're living the streamer life. So I'll see everybody back here in a few minutes, and we'll have some fun. All right, see you guys in a sec. Okay, everybody, back. Ooh, hang on one sec. Forgot a light. Let's not run all the lights and fans. Electricity doesn't grow on trees. Things old people say, right? Grab myself a little snack because I didn't eat breakfast this morning because I had a big dinner last night. So feeling energized, got some calories in there. Yeah. I was kind of looking at this this map while I took a quick chew of some Cliff Bars. We've got a lot we can do. So, medical emergency, administer tea, right? Things that people who still want to live on the planet in a couple of decades say, right? Right. Blows my mind that polluted water is stuck in there, but hey. Okay, so we're going to get in here. That'll get us access to the plume squash, as well as get us access to build a few things. Oop, that's the wrong button. Okay. So we've got a couple of good projects going. Now this whole thing here, I'm trying to do some math on how we're going to deal with this. Now we'll self-tend, administer tea. Hell yeah. So how tall is this thing actually? Can't build there, but we can build there. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4 tall, right? Now, if we do 2 electrolyzers, that's more than a full pipe. It's more than 3 gas pumps, but not quite 4 gas pumps worth of oxygen. So if we're going to do 2 electrolyzers, we're going to need to put 4 gas pipes of oxygen in here, right? Usually I go crazy and make these things out of steel if we don't have gold amalgam, but honestly, I think we're going to have enough chill that we're not going to worry about it too much. Gets naloxone ready for Aya. So, okay, let's speed up these little projects around here. We need to get this stuff built. All right, Devo's coming over to do some digging. Does Thriller not have... No, Thriller can dig Abyssalite too. Okay, fair enough. Alright, what non-dupe thing do we get? Fried mushrooms, why not? We've gotten a lot of food printed this this playthrough, which is good. It's meaning we don't have to lean very hard on our limited resources. Gonna have to cancel that to be able to build that, right? Yeah. Where are we going, guys? That was a weird way to go. Just trying to do this with proper order of operations so we don't fuck things up too hard. Last thing I want is for this to break and then just dump all this water and freeze it into ice over here. We just need a little bit more elbow room, and we can start planning out this project. We're going to do the same thing we did up here. We're going to pause it. We're going to work out the basics of it. Then we're going to start building it, and then we're going to realize some of the things we did wrong and make adjustments on the fly as we need to. I think one of the more well, actually, it's a decent temperature over here. I was going to say if we can't do if we layer waters, we could wind up in a situation where we have a problem with Jesus. Words are hard. Words are very hard. What was I trying to say? I was worried about water freezing like it did over here, but I'm looking over here and like temperature-wise, we're chilly, but we're not at freezing, so we can actually do this project without too many problems. Hardest bit is probably going to be getting the right gases in there. I think we can do it though. We've got to prime the whole thing. Somebody build the thing. Please build the thing. Actually, kind of need to build that like that. That's not going to be... Yeah, we're going to be a little tight on space over here. Like, the water is going to... But I think the floor of the project is going to be at the floor of this thing, realistically. So, we'll go up instead of down on this one. Give away over there because I want to dig this stuff out, but if they get them stuff stuck up here, that'd be a problem. Okay, getting a few things done. Getting a few things done. Okay, so they dug that out, so now we're safe to do this. This is going to get in the way. Yeah, so we're gonna drain this loop here. It's not doing us any good right where it is anyway. That stuff mopped out of our way. Okay. Let's slow down just a second here. Let's deconstruct that thing, and then let's get all of that taken care of. Actually, we can't even get all the way over there because I deleted those. Okay, let's build that back in. Okay, plan time. Let's put this on pause and let's build something. Now that we've got this cleared out, right? So that's those four. Now, like I said, we're going to need to get 8 pumps in here because it needs 3.5 at full capacity. So if we put 2 here and 2 here in our oxygen room, that gets us some stuff. Now we need room for automation. So do we go straight across here? Or do we just stick these on one side? Do we dig out more of over here and stick them on one side? And is putting them on either side just me being cute, or is that like a reasonable way to do this? No, I think we're going to move these. So we're going to put these on this side. So we're going to wind up with that there, that there. We're going to build this over to here. At least. Right? This is not enough space for 2 electrolyzers, though, right? No. So let's cancel out some of this while we figure out what we're doing. So, electrolyzer. I think that would have to go at that level. One there, and then one there. Would shove the oxygen that way. Still needs room for automation, so we would... This is going to take a second, because I always noodle with these designs. I still haven't found one that's like a standardized thing that I like to do. This is a weird shape, but I'm also getting to the point where I'm over weird shapes in my life. Like... I've definitely had this thing where I'm like, I don't want any, I want everything perfectly in line with the floor. I'm so done with that. I do not care. I want things to be wherever it makes sense for them to be. I mean, there's little efficiency things we could do. Okay. So that being said, we will need... We'll need a hydrogen generator. Okay, so let me try and remember power. 240. So this is 960 if these are pumping flat out. 960 plus another 240 is 12. So 1200. The electrolyzers themselves take 120. So 240 plus 12, 1350 if they're running flat out. These produce 800. So to be safe, we want to put in two hydrogen generators, right? I mean, we could make the whole thing a little taller. We'll just noodle with this as we go. So hydrogen generators are 4 wide, 3 tall. Yeah, 4 wide, 3 tall. Because we're running into ladders over here. So hydrogen generator would be there and there, if that's where that is, plus a pump. Okay, so let's say we put one here. And then we put another one there. And then we put a pump, let's call pump blue, here. Oh, pump couldn't go there. It would have to go down here. Because we need a solid tile, or airflow tiles there, and then that would... I always use black as my tile, so we would need... something like that. what if we put it on top, right? So what if instead of putting it on the side there, we were to put this here? We need a battery as well, right? That's the other thing I'm forgetting. Okay, so this would be 2 hydrogen generators, a battery, a pump, and then room for Atmos sensors, right? Well, a Atmos sensor, 2 Atmos sensors, something like that. Could we condense this a little bit? I think we could. All right, so hear me out, hear me out. Let's move these over. Right? So we have like... we do that. That means these would go over to here, right? This does not have to be insulated tile, but also that tile doesn't have to be there. So now we would have an Atmos sensor here for these guys. We'd have an Atmos sensor here for this guy. And those are more or less just there to make sure that we don't have a lot of... Now, that doesn't take into account our anti-entropy thermal nullifier, right? We got to make that work. So this is a nifty little setup. We're going to need a second sensor in the... So we could delete that tile. So now we've got the possibility of 2 Atmos sensors there. We need a thermo sensor over here. And some sort of shutoff. Right, so let's say we do this, right? And then we get a, because this doesn't have to sit on the floor. No, it does. It does need to sit on the floor. Right? Or am I crazy? Missing tile. Build tile beneath this building to regain functionality. Okay, so we need those tiles there. But we need to get a shutoff in here somehow. Alright, I might go back on my previous statement. Let's get that out of there. Okay. Yeah, let's open that back up. So we come over to here. Oh. So we need 8x3. The battery, the pump. So I think what would happen is, like, we'd bring this gas pipe over here like this, and we would split it like that. With priority, right? We'd give it priority so that it would always go to the hydrogen pumps first. Where is the... It's all the way at the ass end, so we're going to put that over to there, right? And then we would put a gas shutoff there, right? And then that gas shutoff would allow that to come there. That would get deleted, right? We could move these over. That can be there, just to make sure we're not doing crazy shit. I'll put that there. That means we could have that in there. Well, if we're gonna actually plan this, let's actually plan this. That does not need to be insulated. Nor does that. Could we shift this up and still have enough room to accomplish things? I think we could. It would be cool if we could fit this into a square, right? I mean, it can be whatever shape it has to be, but at the end of the day, if we can do something cool and have it be the right shape, well, a good shape. Okay, and then automation-wise, we would put an Atmos sensor here for those. In here, we would put an Atmos sensor, and we'd put a thermo sensor, right? And so what would happen is this Atmos sensor would connect to these guys. And this is basically so we don't pump down to a vacuum and screw everything up and break it. This Atmos sensor basically just says, hey, if it's above this, if it's getting real dicey and there's not a lot in here, let's not break the thing. Could theoretically put in an alarm. Also, we're going to want Atmo automation for these guys, for the electrolyzers, right? And we're going to need an OR gate and an AND gate, right? So the AND gate's going to go more or less there. Where's the automation wire on this thing? It's all the way at the back left as well. So we would wind up putting an automation. We want an AND gate. We want this automation to go here and here. If it's above a certain temperature in this room and we have enough hydrogen in here to spare, it will do that. Then we're going to do same thing over to here. We want this one going over to there as well. So this Atmos sensor will both control this shutoff and the pump for this. Yes, no, maybe so. We might want a second Atmos sensor. Yeah, I think it would be wise to do a second Atmos sensor. So we'll put that there. We'll note that these are blue dots by doing that, right? So if it's above a certain temperature, this says, hey, turn this on. And if it's above a certain... As long as it's above pressure enough to afford it, and above temperature, it'll turn it on and it'll allow gas to pass through here. But it'll always prioritize the generators, right? Right. Okay. And then automation wire-wise, we need one to come up from here to here. Uh-huh. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 hydrogen generators here. The OR gate here. That's there. Oh, and this needs to go there. That's what that is. Now, it'll have this pipe as a buffer, so we're going to set this higher than we want it, because more chill will continue to come in. So that looks to be what we're trying to put together, I think. Right? All right. Let me do a quick snip. I want to send this to myself over here. Actually, I'll post it in oxygen not included. So that I can reference it. I feel like it's too easy, is what's going on right now in my head. Like, I feel like this is too easy. So I guess our best bet is to just start building it and figure out what I missed along the way. We're going to need to cancel some of this. So we're going to cancel this. We're going to cancel that. That will have to get canceled as well. We'll let them in from this side and from this side. Something like that. All right, let's let them start building that. Right, and then we're gonna have... Now we do have to run a few other things in here, but I just wanted to get the meat and potatoes put together here. Why are you not outputting? Ah, because you're missing a tile. Let's get that built. So we're gonna need to dig that out. So let's start digging out all of this nonsense over here now that that is sorted out. This is the level that this is gonna be at, so bring that over there and dig out that stuff, and we're gonna need to dig out that. That can go. That goes there. Actually, we have to leave that off for now. What we do need to do is some shenanigans. So, furniture, we're going to grab our pedestal. Put that there. Then we're going to want to put a mesh tile here with another pedestal on top of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to put... we actually only need to do one of these. We're going to put water down here and then brine on top, I think. I think that's how it layers properly. So we've got brine and salt water from the printing pod. So we'll do the same thing we do with the wet vent over here, except this is not for the wet vent, it's for the electrolyzer. So drop water in here. Drop water in here. Once we've got 2 runs of water from the pedestal, then we'll drop water in here. It'll go through the mesh tile and layer on top here. Same situation, but different liquid. Then we can build the electrolyzer and the tiles on top. Then we got to stack the whole situation up here again on top. In fact, we're probably not going to want those 2 tiles there. They're going to get in the way of the next bit. So I guess let's just let them work on this. It's going to take a while, so last couple of sips of tea, guys. This is fun. This is good stuff. And again, if anybody sees something I'm missing, like, feel free to let me know. Like, I do a pretty good job of figuring this stuff out, but I think, like this thing. If I had thought about this a little bit further with the clay having the slime lung germs, we wouldn't be dumping the clay straight out. What we would do is be putting it on rails and going through here. We would have made this chamber a little bit bigger, and we would have been running the clay on a rotating rail with a germ sensor and would only be letting the clay out once the germs were dead. We can add on a chamber with another wheezewort, but that feels kind of like a waste of a wheezewort. But that's probably what we're going to end up doing, unless I decide it's worth it to crack into here when this thing is... when this thing goes dormant, we may decide to make a few changes to this design. I think the top part is perfect, but if we do incorporate that, I think that would be nice. We don't particularly want the clay to come out with slime lung on it, if we can avoid it. Right, and we're going to need an automation wire, so we're going to have to jump over that for the battery. And we're going to have to hook the power into the battery as well. Just wanted to make sure they could get in and out of there. What do we got? Oh, pemmican. Wonderful. 7,800 calories. Okay, so let's print that, and when we go up to consumables, we don't want them... Pemmican's another one that doesn't go bad, so we're not going to have them eat pemmican. We've got a lot of stuff ready for our, a lot of stuff ready for our space program. Ooh, that is not what we wanted to happen. We wanted that to layer on top, so we're going to have to mop that and go again. How does that layer? Does it layer... Is it water on top of brine? Let's try it the other way. Or water on top of salt. I forget. I could swear, but hey, we'll try it the other way around. Brine should be denser. It's water plus more... Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense, Cappig. So, yeah. It's been a little while. It's been a little while. Okay, yep. Salt water on the bottom, regular water on top. Excuse me. Let's cancel the battery for just a second, because we got to get layers in here. Okay. Now I actually have to plan some pipes, right? So... we've got one here, and then one here. Right? So that brings water in. I don't know why I'm doing insulated. We're just gonna leave it insulated, just in case we're gonna bring in something like hot water. We're gonna leave those insulated, right? Okay. Do any other pipes need to go in there? So I'm trying to think like where we want to run our cooling loop. I don't think we need to run our cooling loop in here. Should be fine, right? I mean, we're building this out of copper, so maybe we do. There's that old better to be looking at it than looking for it, right? So let's put in some radiant pipe there and there, just so that we can hook that up to a cooling loop type situation. And then power we need as well, right? So we need power right there. There's nothing to sweep there, so we just got to let them build the things. Oh, I said we do want to have an Atmos sensor for the electrolyzers, so let's put one of those over here as well. Mouse did a little jumpy jump. Yeah. Wait, so... yeah, okay. Hold on, let me think about this Atmos sensor thing real quick on pause. Let's cancel that. So, thermosensor plus Atmos sensor to work the shutoff for the nullifier. Atmos sensor so that we don't accidentally pump this thing down to a vacuum. Cool. Atmos sensor here, same thing, so we don't pump this down to a vacuum. Now, if we do this, we also need hydrogen up here, right? Hang on, I'm trying to think now. So if the hydrogen chamber goes low or the oxygen chamber goes low, we want to kick on the electrolyzers. Now, normally you wouldn't do this. Normally you would just run the electrolyzers non-stop. But do we just run the electrolyzers non-stop? Okay, I'm trying to think. So we're very short on water. And so this would be a way to do it, but it would also wind up being like a feathered system, right? Like it would just keep flicking on and off. So we'd want to put some sort of filter gate on there. Maybe. And could we use the same Atmos sensor for the hydrogen? Like green signal if you're above this. you know, every time I've done this, we get a little beard stroke moment. So beard stroke, drink some tea. Every time I've done this, I wind up not needing it, realistically. I'm always like, it doesn't matter. We could always, if we need... To keep our dupes alive, we're going to need to pump water in there. Like, we're going to need a steady source of water. And it'll shut, like, the air pumping out will shut off if it's overpressured. I don't want to over-engineer, but I also don't want to under-engineer, if that makes any sense. Like... I think we can use... Okay, let's say we want to do this, right? So this sensor is like, hey, if this gets low, turn this on. And if this gets low, turn this on, right? Okay. Now, to make this a lot easier, so what we would need in that instance is a NOT gate here. Because we want this to send a green signal to the pump as long as this is above a certain amount. But when it gets below, we want it to send a green signal here. So we would need a NOT gate there. Okay, so that would go up to there for the other electrolyzer, right? And when we turn it on, we're going to want it, we don't want it to just be on, so we're going to want it to stay on for a little while. Output's a green signal if the input signal receiving is green. Continue sending green signal for an amount of buffer time after the input receives a red signal. Okay, so we're looking for a buffer gate. Only lets green signal pass through if the input has received a green signal for longer than the selected filter. Okay, so we're looking for a buffer gate then. If we want to be real crazy about making sure the automation is good, we could put in an OR gate, but it should function as an OR gate without one. I think, yeah, I think let's do something like that. So we'll put an OR gate there. Drag this signal across here. That comes down, that jumps over. Then we're going to put a buffer gate here. And that goes there and there. And then this automation wire also connects to here. So if this goes below a certain amount, it sends a green signal. That green signal goes into this OR gate. So if it goes below, it'll flick these on, and it'll stay on for as long as the buffer gate, which we're going to set it on max so that we just get a nice little buffer, right? Then if this one goes below, let's say 500 grams, it's going to shut off this pump because we don't want to vacuum this down. But it's going to flip that to a green signal going down to here and say, hey, we're low on hydrogen. We need you to kick this system on. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Let's do that. That's a nifty little system. So we'll get that built, and then we'll get the layered water up here as well for the other one. Then we'll dial in the rest of the cooling loop that we want running through here just in case. The cooling loop might not be necessary with the anti-entropy thermal nullifier over here. This might take care of all the cooling needs we have, but if it doesn't, we want to make sure that we have the option to actively cool if we need to. Okay, so that is built. Do we have anything in there? We do not. Okay, so we need then a block there, and we need airflows there and there. Let's get that swept out of there just so it doesn't wind up getting shoved in here. Got power in there. We've got the automation we need. Really wanted to get herself trapped in there. Like, really bad wanted to get herself trapped in there. Hey, Council of Roses! What's going on? How you doing? What's the good word? We're building contraptions. Might as well be a factory game at this stage of the game. We can build that in a second. Okay, so... grab ourselves a pedestal. Mesh tile. Pedestal. The good word is turtle? That is a very good word. I like that. Now, as far as our loop in here goes, let's say... it's a lot of... a lot of copper. Do we want to do that? Okay, so if, let's say we do that, how are we going to plug a loop in there? We don't know where our cooling is going to come from, right? You know what? Yeah, so it's probably going to have to come in on this side. If we put that there... my initial thought process is put that there. We'll be able to build points that we need in this side. But the word without qualifier is still bird, right? Bird is always the word. Yeah, I'm gonna let that be what it is. What we can do is when we need to, if we need to link this loop in, we'll just build a dot. We can build on this corner and then do like some snipping to allow the loop in and out. The first bits are like pretty easy, right? It's like, oh, here's the meat and potatoes of how we got to get this done. Now, as far as these gas pipes coming out of here, I think we do that. Yeah, that makes sense, right? It looks like our power reserves are doing okay. Like, we've got a nice tank of, got a pretty nice tank of hydrogen going up here. Almost half a ton, and we've got still well over a ton of natural gas down here. So, we're not doing bad at all. Hardest part is going to be finding another project after this. Not really, though. Actually, hardest part is going to be the fact that I ran these pipes down instead of up, which is probably easier in the long run, but in the short run, we got to get access to those pipes. Let me turn my AC down. I've been so used to it being super friggin' hot that I'm not used to the idea of it being chill, you know what I mean? Now the other bit is jump starting the system. Well, there's a few other bits, so... Okay, so we're gonna liquid lock into both sides of this this equation. We're just gonna put a blob here, and we're gonna put a blob here, and then we're gonna hook up some sort of way to jump start this. Like, we've got power here. Hang on, let's not go in there. Let's go in somewhere that we can actually get to easily. Let's do that. Plume squash, gristleberry, roast grub fruit nut, frost buns, fried mushrooms, nutrient bars, pemmican, grub fruit preserves. I mean, honestly, like, most of the food we have on here is fruit food that's, like, basically free. Did this water... Oh, the water is there. Okay, so somebody dropped it at the bottom here. It's fine. We need to find more water as well. I think we have some down here. That's a lot. That's perfect. Look at how happy she is, even though she's underwater. And then we're gonna do this. Now, this is a good reason to have a plumber here. We want just a little touch of hydrogen from this. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a little blob of water here. We're going to put a little blob of water here. And then that will keep these... that will mean we've got a liquid lock. If we look at the materials, you'll see there's liquid here, and gas can't pass through that tile. So they'll be able to jump in here. And what we're going to do now... How much liquid is there? 34 grams. Perfect. Now, once they get that built, this place will be fully sealed off, and we could start vacuuming these things out. Now, if we get lucky, we'll vacuum out all the CO2, and then we can shut this off. If this is below that. All right, what's the printable? Let's see what we got. Snazzy or violet suit. Come on down. Who's got, you know what? Let's give that to, let's give it to Ellie. Okay, so now we should be able to turn this system on. And we want this to come up here. And did we get... That's perfect. All right, let's move this over here. So what we're doing right now is we're pumping this place down to a vacuum. Then we will have them, we're having them bring over this hydrogen gas. They're going to put the canister in there. As soon as this is a vacuum, we'll reconfigure our little bits and pieces over here, and then we'll have them empty that, and that'll be the hydrogen primed on this side. Now, just in case we don't have luck, because Nether is not what you would call necessarily a lucky person in general, let's see how we can snag ourselves just a little bit of oxygen, right? Is there a spot on this pipe that makes it easy? Do that over there real quick. Whoops. Very whoops. Okay, actually, let's put this here. Oof. I need a way to deal with this. How do I deal with this? That was dumb. That was really, really dumb. Hot. Oh, because this liquid is coming out hot. Right. Gas vent overpressured. Okay. Of all the things that could go badly... Alright, so this gas pipe has oxygen in it. That's why I did this over here, and now we can snag that. This is going to take us just a second to stabilize. Well, vacuum, as it were. I don't have luck, but I can get you 3/4 of your way to luck. How am I doing? Oh, sorry I didn't see all that, guys. Sorry, I got really focused on what was going on and the mess I was making. I'm doing all right. I'm doing pretty good, actually. Having a pretty good day. Just doing dupe things. I'm really loving this machine over here. This one is actually really fucking cool as well. Got a lot of stuff done in Magic the Gathering last night. I've been trying to actually get into doing a little bit of ranked just because I want to get more cards. Satisfactory Factory is coming along nicely, even though I didn't get much time to noodle with it last night. I think I logged on for a minute and did a few minor, like, inventory management, hard drive scanning things, but provided I have the energy, I'm going to get on tonight. I feel like I'm going to have the energy. But, you know, I always think that, and then I eat dinner, and I'm like, ooh, never mind. But I'm trying to eat lighter, and I feel energized and not bogged down at all, so I think I'll be able to get on Satis tonight and get a few things done, which makes me very happy. I'm really hoping that we get all the CO2 out of here, and there's enough oxygen that I can just, like, do a little snip, and, let this be. Then we've got to reroute a few things after that. So we've got projects to do. I just want to watch this. I guess there's other stuff we could try to queue up for the dupes, right? Like temporarily. Yeah, might as well. So we're going to need that to come over there. So we might as well let them build that, because we're going to want this water going in there. And then while all of that's going on, we also need them to bring this line needs to come over here. Right? Yeah, they need to build all of that while we watch gases. Alright, we're down to micrograms of CO2 and milligrams of oxygen up here. This place looks like it's just about to become a vacuum real quick, so I don't think we're going to luck up on oxygen. Oh, whoa, whoa, oh, hold on. I might have spoken too soon. How can I snip this? If I snip that there, if you need to remove CO2, maybe run lower pumps only. Yeah, it's not like, it's not something I'm like super like I have to get it done. It's just because I got oxygen I can throw in there. Where was it? Dropped straight down here. The plumber tool on the gas pumps, the gas pipes, is just such a useful thing. Alright, so that went down to vacuum, not a problem. How you doing, Ellipod? Welcome in, first-time chatter. I'm Nethercloud. We're doing things. I play Ani as kind of my more casual colony builder. I do RimWorld as my, like, challenge game. So, right now, we're just, we're finally starting to get into some machines. Like, some we've been doing basic stuff, you know, you're like, let's get toilets going, let's get a couple of, like, let's get a hatch ranch up, let's shear the wild mammoths. You guys are going to be overcrowded in there, aren't you? Elderly. Okay, fine. You know, just doing some basic things here and there. We've got a nice amount of food going, but today we built this tamer for the infectious polluted oxygen vent. Used a pip to get a wheezewort in here, so that deals with the germs from it. Automatically brings in whatever we need for... It automatically brings in sand. Well, not automatically. The dupes drop sand in here. Sand goes in. This thing pulls the clay out. Bing, bang, boom. And we're building a submerged spam with anti-entropy thermal nullifier built in, because if we can get some free cooling, I'm all for it, right? But right now we're trying to prime the chambers. And hopefully I remembered enough from the last time I did one of these that I can actually build this. Alright, you shouldn't be... Oh. Alright, so we got oxygen in that side, and we'll unsnip those pumps when, once we've got the electrolyzers running. What's up, noob? How you doing? Welcome on in. How are you? Micrograms up here. Gotta love element overlays. We're so close to vacuum over here. Hello, Joe Care. How you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome, first-time chatter. How are you today? We're doing spam things, and we had already done infectious polluted oxygen things. How are you today? All good, thanks to you. I want to play some Ani, just working on programming project. You got this. Homework first, then play, right? I hate adulting. I did a bunch of adulting this morning. I needed to post ads, set up a time to sell something. I'm selling some music equipment. I've been trying to sell all my old music equipment. I've spent most of my life being a music producer, and I haven't done it in so long. I'm like, I got a bunch of stuff that's pretty expensive that could be put towards other things. I like your management style. How much top cycle? Top cycle. What do you mean top cycle? Are you talking about the vent over here? My management style is to kind of make everything... Oh, we're on 138 cycles. All right, we don't need that anymore. We don't need that. We don't need this. We've got 7 dupes, we're on 138 cycles, and we're on a planet that has no liquid geysers at all. So we have to come up with efficient... How come you don't use some of the equipment in your stream? I assume you at least have a mix so you can help handle an audio... Noob, I don't need to run my vocals through a $2,000 tube preamp. I just don't. I have so much stuff that is specific. Like I have like a box of microphones. I need one microphone for stream. I don't need a pair of SM81s and three 421s. Like, I've got a whole collection of microphones that are not getting any use. I need one mic, and I got it going here. And as far as, like, on my desk, I've got a dual channel tube compressor that is not needed for this. 4-channel preamp compressor that's not needed for this. A reamping box that's used if you're doing extremely complicated, like, guitar amp setups. My max 167 cycles. Heat is brutal. I can't cool my bass. Yeah, that's usually the problem most people run into. We're on a pretty cold map. You'll notice we have more cold biome than warm biome, so I'm working on the opposite problem, but I'm pretty good at managing temperatures. That's why we picked... we're on the flipped asteroid. And our second planet is the Desilans asteroid. I've done a lot of Desilans starts. The Desilans asteroid has a cool steam vent, but that's the closest thing to a water source we have between both planets. So it never always says, which is why I like very, very cold planets. Yeah, the cold planets pose their own problem because, you know, getting plumbed toilets in, if the water's freezing, that's no good. Growing plants can be a pain in the ass, but they both pose their own unique challenges. So, what do we got here? Okay, that should be good. And let's just snip you for right now. Ooh, I just heard someone screech outside. I hope they're okay. All right, so now we've got hydrogen on the hydrogen side, and we've got oxygen on the oxygen side, right? Tell me I didn't leave any debris in here. Good, good. Okay. So... let's see if we can make a few things happen here. Right now, we're still plugged into our main grid, so... Alright, so this is working. So let's wall it in. Yeah, I think my max playthrough, I think I went to 4,000 or 5,000 cycles. It was a classic-sized volcanic planet, and I can't remember what my second planet was, but... oh yeah, my second one I think was radioactive. We built a nuclear reactor on the second planet, a petroleum boiler on the first planet, and then we were building stuff on the tree planet that we got to. We were building like a remote base. But that's about the time I was like, all right, let's call this playthrough here. Oh, wait. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I want you to do a few things first. Let's get that swept out of here. How much hydrogen gas do we have here? My max is like plus or minus 60. Get so frustrated by the chaos that I restart the run. That's not uncommon. That happens a lot. Maybe follow me and watch my stream sometimes, streaming Ani, and help me. Oh yeah, sure, Joe Garrett. I can do that. Let me shoot you a follow. And if you guys want to join our Discord, there's the Discord. Feel free to ask questions, post pictures of your base. I'll be happy to help out. You know what I mean? And since you're a streamer, when you pop in, I'll do my best to give you a shout out. You know, we try to support the people that support us here at the channel. Okay. Okay, if this is above 500 grams, that is allowed to kick on. If this is above 500 grams, that can kick on. If this is below 20 kilos, that can kick on. Where is our buffer gate? Let's turn this up to 200 seconds. All right, let's let that hydrogen fill the pipe real quick. Let's set our settings here. Let's call this like 50 and 100. Of course. Yeah, absolutely. I love helping people, and if you have questions about what I'm doing or anything like that, feel free to ask. Because I do love answering questions. I also like suggestions as long as people are respectful. You know what I mean? Because I learned a lot of what I've learned because people in chat have helped me. So if I didn't have people helping me with stuff, I wouldn't know nearly as much as I do right now. Okay, so that looks like it's doing okay. You know what? Let's not hook that up yet. Okay, so hydrogen is powering itself. Okay, we're good. Let's break out this wire and then button this thing up. I don't have nullifier. I'm probably cooling water in ice cave. There are a lot of different ways to do cooling. The most traditional of which is a steam turbine and an aqua tuner. You make a steam room below the steam turbine and you put the aqua tuner in there. And then the aqua tuner removes heat from the liquid going through the loop and puts it into the atmosphere around it, namely the steam room. The steam turbine sucks in anything above 110 degrees and turns it into 95-degree liquid, and you dump it back into the steam room. And so that's your way of deleting heat. We will be getting into that in this playthrough at one point, but since we don't have easy access to plastic on this planet, we don't have any access to plastic on this planet. We have to get to our second planet to get plastic, or we have to get a lucky print in the printing pod. Okay, so this could, in theory, start pumping here. Okay, so we've got some pipe priority situations going here. Let's get that swept and put together. Okay, so let me think about something real quick here. Is that swept? That's swept. So the nullifier is actually kind of a new thing I'm trying here. If this is above, let's go with 25 degrees. Ooh, okay. I don't have nullifier for cooling water in ice cave. Yeah, so this is something I've been wanting to try for a couple of play sessions now. We're building the nullifier into the oxygen chamber and using it to cool our oxygen. So it's 28 degrees here. We'd like to get that down to 25-ish. So I'll explain the system here. Let me just grab these curative tablets. We can't afford to print any more dupes until we know better how much we can support. Best food. I have Hatch Farm, but a little bit slowly. Best food is whatever you can get to, but if you want to talk about highest morale, you're talking Frost Burgers or mixed berry pie. We're going to be aiming for mixed berry pie on this planet. Frost Burgers require you to do sleet wheat, water weed, and barbecue, and you combine those three into the Frost Burgers. It'll be a plus 16 to your mood, to your morale. Same thing with mixed berry pie. Mixed berry pie is sleet wheat, gristleberry, and grub fruit. We have all of that on the map already, so we're going to be looking to get into mixed berry pie on this map. It's going to take us a little while, but I would say the best food is the food that you can make sustainably. Mealwood is usually what the average playthrough is going to start on. 5 mealwood plants will feed a dupe indefinitely, but you do have to worry about running out of dirt. So, oh wait, let me go over here to consumables. I don't give a shit. They can use the curative tablets. Okay. God, I ran my air conditioner too long today. I am, like, legitimately freezing. It's the middle of summer in the freaking hot valley, and I am freaking cold. Okay, so what we're doing here... I don't know if you guys know about what a... I don't know if you guys know about self-powered oxygen machines. A classic one was the Rodriguez, but a lot of people use these over-pressurized ones where you put a little bit of layered water and salt water or brine or whatever liquids you have access to. If you put under 2 kilos a tile, it won't overpressure the thing. And because both gases spawn on this tile, the gases can't merge to a tile with a different gas. So because this is prepped with hydrogen or oxygen, this is prepped with hydrogen, when the gases spawn here, it forces the hydrogen right, forces the oxygen left. Same thing up here. So we wind up with infinite gas storage. Like, this can go up to, like, an insane amount of gas, right? Like hundreds of thousands of tons if you go that far. Although stuff like not a max morale, I probably easy making food. Easy making food. What do we got? I would say if you've got water on your planet, easy food is grow bristle blossoms and make gristleberry. And then eventually you can turn that into a better quality food. But because it's water instead of dirt, if you have a water geyser on your map, you can make infinite food. With a little bit of light and some water, you just have food perpetually. If you don't have a water geyser on your map, you're probably playing on a map that's a little advanced. Like me. This is dumb. This is absolutely dumb what I'm doing here. Which biomes critters are available? Dreco with bomb lilies make meat out of literally nothing. Yes, yes, exactly. So bomb lilies don't cost anything even when they're domesticated. You just gotta noodle with getting a little bit of a layer of chlorine on the bottom. So you make like a little scoop and put chlorine. If you want to be harvesting the scales of the Dreco, you've got to layer top half hydrogen, bottom half, not even bottom half, bottom tile chlorine. But then you're ranching Drecos, you're getting reed fiber and barbecue essentially for free. So I agree with Elipod on that one. It's a good way to go. Okay. So this thing is working. And this can now... Okay, what do we got gas-wise in our base? Yeah, those little specks of hydrogen I'm not going to worry about right now. So we can shut this pump off. And this can actually get shut down as well. We'll just snip that there. We'll leave it in place for now. Just, you know, never completely remove any old systems until you're sure that you don't need them anymore. Would be something I would recommend. Like, I'm just going to leave this pipe here, leave that. This system was working for us for a long time. But now we're going to be able to kind of localize our nonsense. Now, we're going to have to keep an eye on this because we're not actively cooling it. We are using the nullifier, which I've never done before. Basically, since this thing, these SPOMs produce a little bit of extra hydrogen beyond what you need to power the devices. So the goal of putting the nullifier in here is to take the overflow hydrogen and use it to cool everything. So I think this is an interesting way of doing it. I'm just not 100% sure that one nullifier is going to be enough to cool everything. But like I said, we are feathering these on and off. They're not non-stop producing heat. These only come on when we need more hydrogen or more oxygen in here. So, like right now we've got 26 tiles per, 26 kilos a tile. When it drops down to 20 kilos, it's going to send a green signal. That'll leave these on for 200 seconds because of the buffer gate. If this drops down below 500 grams, that's like panic mode. It'll kick these on and start pumping out more hydrogen. Yeah. But all in all, I think we're feathering the... normally you just want to keep pumping water into your electrolyzer setup, because who cares? If you can store infinite gases, you might as well store infinite gases. But if you can't store infinite gases... or if you're low on water, then that can become an issue, right? Like we don't have infinite water. We've got a lot of water from the ambient water and from the ice we've been melting. This water right here was an ice biome. This used to be an ice biome. We just melted the shit out of it. And where? Okay, so we've got 5 kilos of lime. So let's deconstruct this. Deconstruct that. We can break this out. We can break that block. Yeah, we'll break that block out now. So far, I think this is going to work out nicely. And yeah, we'll leave this system in place for now, just in case we got to kick it back on. But what we're doing here is we're prioritizing the oxygen coming from our infectious polluted oxygen tame over here. And the way this is working is this thing erupts, the polluted oxygen gets filtered by these things, this gas pump pumps it, if it detects whether it's oxygen, shoves it down here if it's oxygen, shoves it back in and rotates it through if it's not oxygen. Normal game, I don't have extra difficulty. Is mush bars not good at early game? If you want to use mush bars, you can use mush bars. Dirt is a limited resource until you find a way to loop it. Like if you've got polluted dirt from other systems, like and you can compost it, or if you've got a way to boil polluted water to get dirt, you always got to keep an eye on your dirt, because mush bars require dirt and water. So if you've got plenty of dirt and water, you can mush bar. I think it's better to do pickled meal early on, but not efficient on resources. Meal lice and blossoms use the dirt water per calorie, and that comes with food poisoning. Yes, yeah. Food poisoning is something that I think most early Ani players struggle with a lot. I used to worry so much. If I got like a single drop of polluted water in my main water tank, I'd start freaking out and be like, I don't even want to play this playthrough. But Now I'm more like, I don't give a shit. They can have food poisoning for a few cycles or so. Boop, 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 boo. Now, we face an interesting conundrum here, guys. I didn't think we'd get this stuff done this fast, and we've got an hour and a half or so left in stream. So what's up next? Like, the flocks. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's what I was talking about doing next. We need a liquid lock that can deal with cold, so that we can crack in here and start using this as a pike apple / phlox farm. Right? How large is this bit here? 73 tiles. Okay, cool. Let's start cracking in here. Let's be a little bit less absurd about this. How crazy do I want to get with this liquid lock? That's sand. I don't want to deal with that, right? So let's say something like that. Then we put liquid here and here. That'll leave a vacuum in the middle here. Be difficult for them to break it. Okay, yeah, let's do that. And we're going to put a door there so that this stays what it needs to be. Wonderful. And what we're going to do is we're going to run a wire. We're going to grab ourselves a shearing station. And put that there. Let's turn this back on. Actually, let's move this, because it doesn't need to be there anymore. It was there to melt stuff out. Are any of the new mobs hostile? No, I don't think there's any, like, I think bees are the most hostile mob in this game. And as long as you're wearing suits when you deal with them, you won't have any problems. Although there is a bit of a load glitch with bees, where if your dupes are next to the bees when you load the game, even if they're in the suit, for a few moments they'll be susceptible to getting stung. And then their poke shells, if you're near the poke shells when they have an egg near them, they can get hostile. But other than those two instances, I don't think there's much in the way of hostile mobs. The new mobs are more or less just cute. I mean, I don't know. I guess this is cute. I don't know. Mammoths are weird. Okay, so let's get the floxes sheared. Bunny buffaloes are cute. Yeah, I really like the floxes. Food poisoning and yucky lungs are not bad. At least they don't die. I added a mod that allows the dupes to queue in front of the sinks, since if the sink is used, any other dupes just run past it, at least from what I remember. Yeah, best way to do that is to make sure that you always have the same number of sinks as toilets. So, like, if you have one sink and one toilet, they'll never have to queue. So I put in 4 sinks, 4 toilets, so we have a maximum sized washroom. Usually I only do 3 of each, and then I make room for decor and other stuff in the bathroom. But this isn't going to be our permanent bathroom location. You can run a lot of dupes on a single toilet if you stagger your schedules. I always 1 hour stagger all of my schedules, and I give them extra downtime because of long commutes. Ooh, pardon me. Shaved mammoth bunny, not so much, but they cute when they're not shaved. Yes, I agree. I agree. And the little babies are really awesome, the Bam Minis. Okay, we got another fungal spore that we can plant down. Nutrient bar, fried mushrooms, barbecue, roast grub fruit, gristleberry, frost buns, plume squash. Okay, we got tons of calories, and it's all coming from free food sources, so I'm not going to worry too much about things over here. If you guys don't have anything else to do, please start sweeping that nonsense up. Flocks. When shaved, they look like cartoon characters that got a bump on their head. Oh, they do. They totally do. The, like, bonk on the head lump that grows up. That's absolutely right. 100%. Alright, so for a little while, we're going to maintain this as our cold preserve. We want to get this guy sheared, and then we want to wall this in from... we're going to stick an insulated tile in here just so more cold doesn't get out. That looks so painful. Poor Floxes. There you go, buddy. Now let's move that wood out of there. Deer, cat, fox? Yeah, it's got antlers. It's called a flox. So I think you're right. They do look like cats. I feel like they're a cross between a cat, a fox, and a deer. So you can only shear them once if they're wild, I do believe. Let's double check. So this is a way to get dirt. They'll eat pike apples and they'll poop out dirt. So that'll get us more dirt in theory. Floxes are non-hostile creatures that graze on live and fallen pike apples. When flox antlers are fully grown, they harden into shearable wood. Comfort, livable. This critter's lifespan, typical life is 100 cycles. Crowd in the room is less than 12 tiles. 1,600 meat. 20% growth a cycle. 160 kcal a cycle. Normally it says if their scales are scale growth 0%. So right, so the flox won't regrow scales currently. But that wood can be used to make ethanol, so that's our plan. That's awesome. Somebody's coming by to buy some of my drum stuff tomorrow, which is cool. The Pakus are just great. Just hard to come by early game with all the slime lung. Yeah, I've found that. So I get more and more like brazen the longer I go. I haven't played on a map that has a slime biome in a long time. So, but when I did, the first few times I would get all like, okay, can't get slime lung. I started getting to the point where I try to dig around it, but I always make sure to liquid lock. And if a dupe goes in and gets slime lung, cool. They've got slime lung for a little while. They'll get over it. But I'll go get what I need and then eventually deal with it. As long as the slime lung doesn't get into my core base, I'm cool. Okay. So, meanwhile, I guess we can start stripping out some of this stuff over here. You know what we could have done? We could have also thrown a Wheeze Ward in here for cooling. And that way this thing only kicks on when it's absolutely necessary. Whatever. Can't do all the things all the time, right? Okay, so we need an ethanol distillery. Where are we going to slap down an ethanol distillery? Probably a good spot is just right over here, right? Refinement. Ethanol distillery. One kilo a second, 240 watts. Needs a liquid output. Drops polluted dirt on the ground. Carbon dioxide. Lots of heat. Okay. Delete that stuff. Where do I want to slap down an ethanol distillery? Could just put one right here. Would that be the worst idea in the world? No, probably not. Alright, so let's do that. Just to keep all of our industry in the same spot over here. Perfect. And we're not trying to turn this into power just yet because we're not fully ranching. We just need a little bit of ethanol because what I want to do is put a liquid lock here with a vacuum in the center. Right now we just walled it back in so that we don't have the heat from this side transferring over. Because we're nice under here. We need cold temperatures for pike apple. Now, the cool thing is that the pip can live down to -30, and this place is -22. So if we can maintain If we can maintain temperature over here at -22, reasonably speaking, what we'll be able to do is kind of shave out some shapes, use the pip to wild plant pike apple, and then we can ranch phloxes and pike apple in here. And we just got to do some math on that, because the wild grown ones we're going to need considerably more than your average pike apples. I honestly thought that we would have a lot more project. Like, I thought this was going to take a lot longer to get this and this up and running than it did. So, a little surprised, honestly. Other than that, while they're building that ethanol distillery, what do we have to sort out? 15 units of reed fiber. I kind of half want to make coats, but I also know that suits are an essential thing. But we don't have a way to get suits going yet. Oh, this is working so good. You can get gas masks earlier, make sure that all slime drops in water and doesn't have a chance to make it stink, or as Streamer says, get them sick, they can walk it off. Right? Right? Healthy lungs are overrated anyway. Lights up another cigarette. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, the dupes can usually just walk it off. And if not, like Elipod says, I try to make it so that I can dig around. Like, I put the germ overlay on while I'm queuing up my digs, and I don't dig. Inevitably, you always wind up accidentally digging out a piece of slime lung slime. But if you're careful about it, you can kind of dig around it. And if you've got some water just kicking about, and you can dig it so it drops, you can do that. I've done that before and accidentally, like I'll have two pieces of slime on top of each other, and I'll accidentally dig the top one first before I dig the bottom one, and then the top one starts putting slime lung everywhere. I was just talking about it earlier today. There is something called a ore scrubber somewhere. Kills significant amount of germs present on raw ore. Now, I don't know if it only counts ore, as in like a copper ore, iron ore, or if you can run slime through it. I've never used this thing in my life, but interesting idea. If it works on slime, I would say that's a good thing to set up, so you can, but I mean, if you've got chlorine, you don't necessarily have to use an ore scrubber. There's plenty of like contraptions you can set up. By simply not going near slime lung and being paranoid about the food poisoning bug. Yeah. Oh, we've got ethanol already. It's all going so fast. How hot is the ethanol? 61.9 degrees. I'd like to cool that down before we start using it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let this thing run until it finishes the wood we've got. Yeah, we're going to let that run until it finishes the batch of wood we have. And then we're probably going to do something like delete this, grab the bottles of ethanol, and then empty them into a cold biome and chill it down. And then mop it back up and bring it over here. In my longest run, I had 2 swimming pools, one with clean water and another with a heater to collect infected water, and a heater into the latter pool. Remember that I was on a freezing planet and it's all good. Then I used the hot water to melt more ice. Yeah, That's what we did here with our industry. We brought in a little bit of water into our metal refinery and then dumped it on top of ice to melt more ice and then pumped it back in. And we used that. This was a whole frozen biome right here that we just completely melted out. And that's where we got this water. Speaking of which, I was talking about doing an infinite liquid storage situation. Do I want to do that? Do I care about doing that? And of course, that also cools the water back down to sensible temps before it goes into the clean pool. Yeah, makes sense. I'm honestly getting ahead of myself a lot. So I think our goal for the rest of the day is to stabilize enough of this system so that on Thursday we can start going and taking over our second planet. I mean, there's tons of projects left to do here, but we tamed the natural gas geyser and the infectious polluted oxygen geyser. We're not going to be able to tame the hydrogen vent until we get steam turbines, and we're not going to be able to use the liquid sulfur geyser until we move the magma, which is a whole thing. By the way, guys, we are playing very lightly modded. It's just kind of aesthetic mods and stuff like that and little quality of life tweaks. Like, we have true tiles, so we get these cool textures on our, like, this is igneous rock, this is sandstone, you know, the mesh tiles, you can tell these are copper. Then the other thing we have is the planning tool, so that we can actually, like, do plans without the dupes building them, which is kind of cool. We also have sweep by type. So when we go to sweep, we get this menu so we can sweep whatever we want and not have everything get swept up, which is nice. I think that's more or less it. I think that's more or less it as far as the mods go. What do we want to, yeah, so if the main goal is to get everything set for Thursday so that we can go over and, one ore scrubber cleans any item in duplicate hands, but overpressured chlorine-filled storage, if plain yeah, is plain better. Yeah, agreed. Agreed on the chlorine is so useful if you know the applications. Like, it's a pain in the ass gas for a while, but once you get used to the idea of using it to make cleansing chambers and knowing how to overpressure stuff with it, it's such a useful gas. Right now, we're using radiation to clean germs. Like, this is our only slime lung source, and this guy is nuking it. Chlorine is much better to clean water, too. Yeah. But this little system is working good. Now, this is the main problem I have, is that we got slime lung on the clay coming out. So I was saying earlier, if I was a little bit more... I've never used these before. Creating radioactive super slime, right. What I should be doing is running a conveyor loader here with a conveyor system here with a germ system. Rather than sending it straight out to the conveyor chute, we would send it through a looping system until the germ sensor sensed no germs and then dropping it out because we've got radiation in here. But I didn't think about the fact that the slime lung would be on the clay. Honestly, I didn't bother to check. I just assumed it was food poisoning that would come out of here. So I actually got kind of lucky because this is a very cold biome over here. So the between it being a cold biome and us getting this wheezewort in before we opened this, we didn't spread slime lung everywhere. But I'm nervous about the clay. I am very nervous about it. We might shut that off until I come up with a system for it. Right? How much clay do we have? Three tons of clay. Let's not worry about getting the clay out for now. let's just snip that wire there and just let it be. We've got 3 tons of clay and none of it's getting turned into anything, so we'll deal with that another time. I'm honestly a little bit at a loss. What are we trying to do? Okay, maybe it's time to start planning our eventual main base type of situation, right? We've got a natural gas geyser over here, which I would eventually like to not be using this for power. I'd like to use this to cook food in a gas range. Speaking of which... Right. We're conserving power. That's why we're not doing research. We're conserving power until Bob comes back online in 29 cycles. I was going to do the research for the gas range, but not the thing. You know what? I want to put that tile there, just in case this comes up. We've got some ice in there that if it melts could cause problems. Do I want to put in infinite liquid storage? I kind of don't, just because it's easier to keep an eye on how much you have if you don't. Okay, we could keep in step with our consolidating liquids thing. We could try and create some sort of liquid tank. You know what? We could also get this fungal spore planted. Yeah, okay, so that's the only unit of fungal spore. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just knock out a couple of, like, very basic projects. How many tiles is that? Okay, that's fine. Let's make good use of our pip. Where do we want to put our ice? That's another question, right? Maybe we just put our ice into this tank. Can slime not cause death with long-term exposure? Not directly, it only complicates breathing. So if a dupe with low athletics goes in hard to breathe zone, gets slowed down from heat and irritated eyes, he might not be able... Yeah. Your main concern... Spicy tofu. Yeah, I mean, why not? 12,000... This has been the, like, calorie gift from the gods. Like, I've had some of the best RNG on printables this run ever, as far as that's concerned. Ooh. Actually, they can't go over here, right? No, let's not get them completely irradiated. So we're going to start planting... We're going to use this to plant with pips over here. We're going to build this little chamber so the pip has a place to live down here. We're going to turn this into copper ore tile, and then we're going to drop the fungal spore in here so that it grows wild. And we're going to chuck our ice down somewhere as well. I think we're just going to start dumping ice over here. Because we're using this water for our industry, so we might as well chuck ice into there and just keep it chill. And then when we let me be smart about this. Right, firstly, we don't need those ladders there. We don't need those ladders there. We don't need that. What we do need is to set up some mesh tiles. Now we've got that conductive wire going down, or heavy watt wire going through there. We don't need it to be heavy watt wire, but What's the max draw on this? That's... I've got some weird wiring going on here. The fact that we have this going down here... Yeah, let's move some... We're going to put a water sieve here, a thing to drop ice here, and we're going to try to run... We're going to set up a priority system for this water to go in here as opposed to the other water, because the other water is in our main tank, which we don't need to worry too much about, but hey, why not, right? Heavy watt joint plate, let's slap that down there. We're going to rebuild this wire line down through here and like that. We're going to grab ourselves a liquid tank for a buffer. Which does not... okay, so that's going to be a whole thing in the way, right? So yeah, let's do a little rerouting of a few things over here. Let's just do a few minor cleanup projects. We had 2 major machines built today, so... So liquid tank there, with that coming down there, and this bridging on should be good. That way we prioritize the liquid from this tank, which is the liquid from here. And then we're going to grab ourselves a water sieve. We're going to put that there. Do a little priority over here, so we prioritize the... You think about that. Yeah, let's prioritize the water sieve for our water supply. So it will pull water out of here and dump it into our oxygen generator first and foremost. If the water sieve is full, like this tank is full, then it'll go up to our refinery. And we're going to put mesh tiles... Destroy that. We'll throw in some mesh tiles across here. And let's say one there. We'll put in an auto dropper right there. Excellent. Okay, Pip can go and do things. Get that stuff swept up. Ethanol distillery is done. Now, if we deconstruct that, the ethanol will drop in a bottle, and then we can move it to where we want. I'm confident enough in this system now, right? Yeah, if we have to panic build, we can panic build. We've got 2.5 tons of algae left as well, so if we absolutely have to, we could just throw down some of the algae bits, right? And what that means to me is that this whole system is now also obsolete. We'll leave this here to burn off for now. We're going to break that down. We're going to break that down. Break you down. You can go. You can go. You can go. All that automation there can go. That can go. That can all go. Okay. All that can get ripped out so we can recycle those materials. I am so surprised this is working as well as it is. We're keeping a nice temperature in here. We've got plenty of oxygen and hydrogen. I mean, this thing's working well, too. We're starting to heat up down here a little bit, but the Wheezewort's keeping it chill and killing the germs. I mean, you don't get much better than a system that's integrated like that. All right, ethanol. Ooh, what I should have done is put this door here. The map is almost ours, guys. The map is almost ours. All sorts of room for activity. Few cycles and go to the space. I mean, space is very precarious for us. Going through the lava is very precarious. Our basic goal for the last hour here is to knock out a few cleanup jobs, get a little organized, and then we're going to next stream of Ani, which is on Thursday. Oh shit, is that hot? Oh, that is hot. It is it cold down here? It's cold down here. All right, that was a bad call. Let's move the ethanol. Let's move the ethanol down here. And let's rebuild that. I really don't want to screw this up. Let's reset your priorities so you'll go and empty that. Get the ethanol nicely chilled. It's not a mod, Joker. You just hit Alt S, and you can. It's screenshot mode. It removes the UI, and then you just hit Escape or Alt S again. There is a mod that allows you to do that. I don't know what it's called. I've just gotten so used to hitting that hotkey that it's like, okay. Find the control. Alt S, not control. Alt. what's our temperature down to? 10. Yeah, it's not going to get much lower than that over here. How's our pip doing? Aha! Free food. Let's move you back to your safe block. Alright, I don't think the ethanol is going to get much cooler down here, so let's mop it all up. I really love these two designs. This one's like slightly awkward shaped, but if we had done, you know, that's we might break in there when this goes dormant, because I'm pretty sure I could put a rail set up right here. Like if we just take this down to like there, because we need to leave those 2 tiles, but these 4 tiles, or no, we would have to leave this tile. So these 3 tiles, those would actually be enough. We just need room for a germ sensor and a rail shut off. So that would square that up nicely. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. Not now. We're going to do that in 46 cycles. We're going to do that. Okay. We've really got to start abusing the fact that we have a pip. Like we could run sleet wheat farms, we could run a lot of stuff. I mean, we've got plenty of wild food on the map right now, but there's definitely some stuff we can do to exploit it even more. Right, like this whole cold biome could become our like cold preservative, our cold preserve. In fact, ooh, hang on a second here. We could probably come straight up here. Well, if we go over here, yeah, okay, so we're going to put a ladder system that goes straight up here. And we're going to grow all sorts of stuff in this biome. We're going to shave the top 2 layers off here. Yeah, shave the top 2 layers off here, and we're going to plant stuff on that layer. Then we're going to shave 2 layers off down here and plant stuff on that layer. And we're going to rinse and repeat until we've planted all... Well, I guess we can't do 2 layers. We might install the pip planting overlay. Because I could look it up, but no. If that makes any sense. Like, you can kind of, like, figure out and do the math based on the description, but I kind of would rather just grab the pip overlay mod. I think it'd be a better situation for us. Which I think I have it, it's just not active. I'm okay with light modding. I used to be dead set against modding in this game, but I also have for a long time been doing no mods in RimWorld, but recently we're doing a lightly modded run. All Alright, I'm going to rebuild this container for the eventuality of getting more wood and wanting to refine it. We are going to get a crate, like, we're going to get a phlox farm going pretty hard here. I need them to empty that bottle. Okay. So, I'd like to kind of heavily get ranched into phloxes so we can use their antlers for ethanol. Because ethanol will produce us power and will produce us polluted water? Yeah, because we burn it off for polluted water. Right, okay, so how are we doing over here? This is going to be crushed ice, ice, polluted ice, and snow. This is going to be on sweep only, because otherwise they'll get stuck in an infinite loop. This thing needs power. So we'll link that in there. This is just water, right? Yep, good, good. Grubs. Grub and Sweetle. Grub and Sweetle. Now, if we look at this, we've got natural food here, here, here. I turned these off because we were doing Radbolt research over here, but I probably could turn those back on soon-ish. We don't have the means to do a lot of phosphorite. We could probably pull together a little bit of phosphorite, but... Actually, cancel that. But since we don't have a lot of phosphorite, I'm just putting these here. Since we have a pip, we could wild plant them somewhere and get a little bit more of a better situation sorted out, but we don't need to right now. We're not going nuts on anything currently. Also, do we want to put together a small ethanol tank? We'll do that, and we'll just drop ethanol in here to pump it into that tank. Now, yep, we got vacuum here, right? Yeah, ethanol and vacuum, so that's good. And we've got a door to make sure that this is a room. So now we can get over here. I'd kind of like to move that door now that we can. So let's move that door there. And then I want to run a ladder system up here and start using the pip to plant over here. Fried mushrooms, barbecue, roast grub fruit preserves. I don't know where the sucrose is coming from. I know that these Sweetles turn sulfur into sucrose, but I'm pretty sure we moved all the sulfur away from the Sweetles. Like, the sulfur is here. So I don't know where we're getting the sucrose. Oh, there's probably little places that I dug up sulfur where there are still Sweetles. I'm hoping, because I don't want to feed the sulfur to the Sweetles. That's the fox deer. They are adorable, aren't they? We don't need this to be a ranch right now, so we can... Alright, I'm gonna build this... Okay, so this sounds crazy, because we gotta go far for it, but I'm gonna build this ladder system out of granite, because the granite is from cold biomes, and we don't want to introduce a lot of heat over here. That'll keep that insulated. Yes, see? Cold granite. We might actually move the Phlox Farms out of here. Because they can eat the fruit, and we can just bring it over. So we could just stack this place. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Very. And we do have Alvia Vero plants in here as well, so those should help deal with the carbon dioxide from the dupes inevitably breathing that in. We can finally check that off so we can start moving all of this stuff. What priority do we have? You know, I'm going to put that on a 7. We need that to actually keep going so we have good air to breathe. Okay, hatches are producing coal and barbecue. We're up to 54.6 tons of coal, which is good because we've got plenty of coal for backup power, and we can start actually making ourselves some more refined materials. I do love me some free food. We'll leave this little chamber here so that we can start going right to left with it. Because we always wind up with carbon dioxide down here, so we might as well make good use of that fact and just wild plant dusk caps as we get them. This was where we had stuff just being dumped originally. Storage-wise, and it's now all moved over here gradually over time. God, I freaking love this game. Ethanol's good. That's good. This is just going to burn off as we need it. Do you have Atmo suits? We have them researched. We just don't have them on us yet. We don't need them quite yet, is where we're at. Like, we don't have a project that requires them at the moment. When we start trying to get through this magma, we're going to need it, because we're going to need to vacuum that out. And there's a few other little things I'd like to do with them eventually, but at the moment, we don't have them. I'm also, like, I kind of want to start planning our main base out now. It's just we've got the 3 of these geysers here, and then this here. So it makes it difficult to build here, and I don't want to build here. I mean, I think eventually this is going to actually get ripped out, but for now we're going to use it as a cold preserve, because there's cold and it's completely encased. I might want to start trapping the cold over here a little bit. It's going to start to drift this way, but we're not talking about crazy amounts of cold anyway, so... So they're making their way up there. There's dirt, there's cinnabar. That's fantastic. We're going to have to do... We'll have to put a door here so that when we want the pips to be in there, they're trapped, or the pip to be in there, it'll be trapped. We have 1 pip, so I've been really cautious. They live down to -30, but anything below -30 and they're going to die. So we're at -23 in this whole place, so we can kind of... We can get away with getting pips in here to plant stuff for us. Okay, what do we got? Ooh. 177.4. So we could almost... Yeah, honestly, I'm going to take the green suit. Let's get everybody looking good. I know that's cheesy as hell, but... Let's get all that mopped up, swept up. Okay, how about consolidating some stuff? I gotta be honest, guys. I did not expect us to accomplish these goals as quick as we did, so I'm just trying to do a few cleanup things here. We can delete these backing boards. Like I said, on Thursday we'll go to the other planet. That being said, we do have 2 digger builders, right? Like Thriller over here, super duper hard digging, improved construction, demolition, all that. So we could send Thriller, or we could send Devo. 10 and 8, 8 and 12. So they're back and forth. I'm not sure who we want to send to the other planet. Thriller. Immediately I was like, they have a passion in critter ranching. So if we're going over there to tackle eggs, we could get them into most stuff on here just so they can go through. We basically will skill scrub them, get them on like hard digging, and then work the other side until we've got enough morale that we can get them up to super duper hard digging and get them into critter ranching so they can grab stuff that we need over there. I mean, they can move the eggs without it, but if we don't get lucky enough to have eggs and we got to deal with ranching them where they are, we could get the Drekos that way. Okay, so Thriller is going to be our second colonist. Devo will hang out here to get jobs done. We're going to leave that be. I do want to get some more materials consolidated, and I want to get more of the map dug out. We're working on this ladder system over here. Ladders are nice and chill. And we've got a little bit of liquid in here. We're saving up the polluted water for an eventual cooling loop. Which is another thing we could try and run, but I don't even know. Do I want to start ripping out this stuff? I mean, I suppose if we start breaking this stuff out, it'll be fine. I don't want the grub fruit nuts to get, or the grub fruit to get stifled, but we could always try to, like, move it up a little bit more. We've got more warmth up here from the, from where the electrolyzer was. There's plenty of ways to create heat now at this stage of the game. Yeah, let's start digging some of this stuff out. Again, we're going to try and leave the ice tiles. It'll be a little annoying when they melt, but I'd rather deal with a little annoying when they melt than losing the water. So when we go to our second planet, our main goal is going to be to find Drekos. What else do we have over there again? So we've got access to a sandstone biome, just a starter biome. Space is space. If we could get some shovels, that would be dope. We might be able to pick up some more floxes while we're over there. More mammoths. The jungle is going to be where we get Drekos. It's a barren one, so materials to build with. And the oily biome. Yeah, we want to get this place ripped apart. And we're probably going to want to ranch Drekos over there, and we're probably going to send over what reed fiber we have to make our first set of suits, because we want to get into that oil biome. And we have to decide what planet we're going to process stuff on. So here's where we're at, right? We've got plenty of magma on this planet, but we've got oil on the other planet. We don't want to lose mass in our oil, converting it to petroleum the normal ways. So what we probably want to do is set up a magma dropper petroleum boiler setup and pipe over the crude oil from that planet into a petroleum boiler setup over here. That'll be a water positive process. So we would pump clean water. We would get polluted water out with the generators. We would pump the clean water back over there to make more crude oil, and we would then put the remainder of the oil into our oxygen setup. So that's a nice little loop there. Eventually this magma will run out, but by the time this magma runs out, we'll be on another planet. We'll have the hydrogen vent tamed. We'll have plenty of other ways to get power. And at that stage, if we can get to space materials, before we run out of magma, we could convert our petroleum boiler over to a thermium or niobium aqua tuner setup. That would be fun. I've never gotten to do that before either. This is how most Ani streams end, with me just strip mining things out and cleaning pipes up. We did 2 really nice projects today. Consolidated our liquid tank. Our dupes are coming along nicely. We've got access to the cold biome we wanted. Oh. Buildings. Let's just break those down. What did I do? Free the temperatures. Let them mix. I was talking about this last stream. I feel like there's two types of Ani players. The Preserve Abyssalite at every cost Ani player, and the I can't wait to get every natural tile off of my map Ani player. I am the latter, other than I try to preserve natural tiles that have food on them. I'm a big fan of wild planted food. I don't like spending resources to make food unless I have tons of resources available. And provided we can get those Drekos... Provided we can get Drekos up and running on Thursday, which is kind of a tall order, getting to the other planet, establishing ourselves, and maybe getting a Dreko egg over here, or like planning an area for a Dreko farm over there, I think is doable. But I forgot what I was going to say already. Oh, provided we could start getting that done and working on mutating the glossy Drekos, we might be able to start thinking about getting this hydrogen gas vent dealt with. It's a pretty simple tamer. You don't even need an aqua tuner. You just slap a steam turbine and have it self-cool itself. Self-cool itself, right? And so we can do that and then use that hydrogen, pump that into an infinite storage or some gas tanks, and then just freaking use it for power. Now, I think what we're going to do is, as these 2 ice biomes melt, we need to start putting, like, tanks down here so that we can pump this liquid up. And we'll pump it into this tank and have this purify stuff. This is where we're going to be dumping heat anyway, so... Ooh, we've got 2 tons of steel. That's phenomenal. How's our automation working over here? Automation is working splendidly. .5 kilos of hydrogen. Yeah, this is working great. So this thing takes a while to eat the hydrogen that gets sent to it. Then it starts to heat up a little bit again. Then the temperature gets to 25. It's like, hey, give me some hydrogen. Send some hydrogen. Once it starts to get down lower temperature, bing, bang, boom. We might even want to adjust the thermo sensor up from 25. But, I mean, we're right down at like 19, 20 degrees and it's going off, so... Excellent. This is awesome. If I've got a nullifier, I'm going to do this build freaking every goddamn time. This is sick. In fact, I'm going to take a little screen cap of this and post it up in... Oh. without my mouse being over the thing, so it screws things up. Post this up on the Discord. Now let's not accidentally free the hydrogen vent. We've got enough cold that we could theoretically deal with it, but not for very long, and it would really fuck up my day, especially since we ripped out this hydrogen hood over here. I love how this hot biome with the electrolyzer we had cooking here is what's kept all this warm over here, and that the toilets are what's keeping this part warm over here. I mean, it's honestly not that cold. You know, we're ranging from like -18 to like +10. Should even out nicely. Alright, let's not accidentally destroy the wild grub fruits. We are so close to owning this map properly. So guys, we'll be doing RimWorld tomorrow. I stream noon to 6, Monday through Saturday. We're doing RimWorld on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Ani on Tuesday, Thursday. Saturday, we're doing Satisfactory. I will probably be working on some Satisfactory stuff tonight, but I do want to knock out some of my Magic Arena dailies because I really like some of the new cards that are out, and I'd like to get more of them. Woo woo! Now, these... Ooh, not good. There we go. Sorry about that, Thriller. Thriller's the one that always almost suffocates, so... Anyway, before Thriller decided to have a thrill, I was talking about we're playing RimWorld tomorrow and Satis on Saturday. We're currently working on a large-scale power plant in Satis. We're going to be doing turbo fuel. I considered upgrading it to rocket fuel, but that's going to require us to bring nitrogen over, and even though I don't mind running the pipes for gases, it's going to be kind of a waste of nitrogen to go to rocket fuel, in my opinion. We can use that for other projects down the line, so I'd rather not run nitrogen over there. I might change my mind before Saturday, though. I reserve the right to be crazy when it comes to that game. Now, how do we want to do liquid pumping down here? I think we want to start kind of just filling in this bottom section, right? So we flatten it out. We could have like a little divot here. Yeah, we'll put a pump down here or something. Then we're gonna have to run a long pipe up here because I want to be able to start breaking out these bits of tiles to get all this liquid out of here. Okay, let's get that stuff swept over out of there reasonably quickly. What doesn't have a spot to go? Oxalite. That's fine. Oxalite can live there. Okay, and now, do we have pike apple? Oh, there, we've got one. And we're gonna have to 1, 2, 3. So what we want to do is put those there. Actually, nope. What we want to do is make sure that pips will not plant on anywhere that you've got planned for a building thing. A lot of people use ladders, but I find that one of the better ones to use instead of ladders is if you go into furniture and grab yourself some ceiling trim. Because they'll deliver to this, but they'll never actually build it. So then you don't have to have them come back and deconstruct it. They'll just you can just cancel it and then sweep it up. So that's a helpful little thing that I've learned. I don't remember where I learned it, but it's a good one. Bonbon tree. You're goddamn right, bonbon tree. Okay, so now we've got other loops. That gives us, oh, that's gonna give us freaking nectar. All right, that's gonna have to go in. So let's do some bonbon. -75 to -15. Atmosphere. Oxygen, polluted oxygen, carbon dioxide, snow, vacuum. Requires snow. Affects nectar. Base seed harvest 10%. Can harvest for wood. Okay, so we want to get bonbon trees going, which is great that we're starting to get this area dug out. All right, so this guy's about to cycle. 86, 87. So this is the new phlox fawn. As soon as it's got antlers, we'll reconfigure this room a little bit. What do we want to grow up here? Probably pike apples, right? Let me check something. If we were to do this 4 tall, that's 80 tiles. With nectar, we can do some real cold temperatures. We don't have to use polluted water and like balance on a razor's edge to make sure we don't freeze it. We can actually do nectar. So we're gonna put bonbon trees in here as well. Yeah, we need plastic ASAP. So getting over to the second planet so we can get ourselves a couple of rounds of plastic. So we'll refine some crude into petroleum, make the petroleum into plastic. That'll get us at least 1 or 2 steam turbines. That steam turbine or 2 will get us sorted out with a way to delete heat. We'll at the very least slap in a steam turbine aqua tuner setup over here so that we can freeze this out with nectar as our main cooling. Since it's going to take a while to get all of that going, what we'll do is we'll use some of the existing natural tiles over here to wild plant bonbon trees using pips, and then we'll be able to collect nectar out of those. This pip was like the best thing that ever happened to us. I'm not even kidding. It's freaking amazing. Okay, so the bonbon trees will get us nectar. Nectar can actually be refined into plastic as well, because it can go into the polymer press. So we actually wouldn't need to go to the second planet if we had a little bit of patience. We wild plant some bonbons, make ourselves some nectar, put it into a polymer press, get ourselves some plastic, make... Okay, so we just got that bonbon tree plant right there. Yes! Lalindra Falzion. Yes. Sorry, I can't. How do you want me to pronounce? How do you want me to pronounce your name? What do you want me to call you? We could definitely do that. Sorry, I was thinking about it so much and got so excited. I didn't see that you already said that in chat. Usually, I pay a lot better attention to chat. Today, I'm a little like loopy, having a lot of fun with this. So yeah, that bonbon tree just made it so we don't have to go to our second planet. So I guess that's a question I'll pose to any of you guys still hanging out. Do we want to go to our second planet on Thursday, or do we want to continue to focus on getting this planet up and running as it is? I tend to like to conquer my first planet, so I'm totally down to just chill over here and just do the thing. But I could go to the second planet. We should probably go to the second planet. We should. Just because it's going to be so much faster to get things done if we have access to the animals that are over there. Like, we can use... I don't think we're going to get bonbon... Well, I don't know. I don't know how fast we can get the bonbon trees up. But I do think we're going to need a row of 4 for them, right? Yeah, we could get a lot of stuff crammed in here. Wild plant the bonbons. Yeah, if we can get plastic and nectar, we can make a... Bonbons need a lot of ice and light. We're not going to feed them. We're going to wild plant them, so they don't need snow at that point. Light... We could do light. I wouldn't mind installing some light fixtures, and if we can get ourselves some shine nymphs, we could stick one of those in there. We don't have any lumen quartz, so that's not an answer. I mean, if we have to, we'll just run light bulbs in there. Unless you... I don't know why. I just jumped. I was like, is somebody suffocating again? I'm assuming the more light you give them, the more nectar they produce. If I've never actually... Like, we messed around on the Frosty Planet DLC, but I really wasn't, like, in love with it. I feel like we're gonna move you here, and we're gonna move the Sweetle here. Like, I started 3 times on Frosty Planet and couldn't quite get myself dialed into a save that I really enjoyed. And it was because I was more or less trying to embrace the DLC too much. I have a way that I like to play, and I love the loops and the animals and all the stuff that they added to the game, but I wanted it more mixed in and less like the focus of my playthrough, and that's why I'm really stoked about this one. It's a cool map. It's got some interesting challenges. Also, if we do get to the point where we're producing quite a bit of nectar, if we're refining that into plastic, the polymer press gives off steam, so that becomes a way for us to get more water as well. So that just unlocked a lot of doors for us right there.
A wise choice.
Thanks for the follow. Rule followed 69. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Welcome to the madness. We're going to be going for another couple of minutes here. Just trying to get a few things situated, and then we're gonna raid out to somebody after that. And tomorrow we'll do RimWorld, and Thursday we're setting ourselves up for some good shenanigans on Thursday. Returns from 5 minutes of Family Guy. The bird is the word. Bird. Excellent. I love this game so much, but I'm terrible at it. Any tips for getting over the mid-game hump? Specifically, what are you having trouble with? And what kind of map are you playing on? If you're playing on like a Terra asteroid cluster, I'm assuming the mid-game hump you're talking about is refined metal and plastic, right? My recommendation is to... Alright, number one recommendation on any colony builder game is slow down. That is like the number one thing I recommend to everybody. So many people just want to hit 3. Okay, let's play. If you do that on a game that you're not familiar with, like Ani or RimWorld, it's going to get ahead of you too far and too fast. So be calorie conscious. I'm playing on the default Asteroid, and I think my biggest problem are power and cooling, I think. Okay, power and cooling. I'm assuming the main asteroid you have access to coal, the starter asteroid. So coal is generally your stopgap until you get through. Do you know how to do basic automation with a smart battery? Basically, you don't want your coal generators going crazy. So this is a pretty basic coal setup here. What we've got is coal in this box, this auto sweeper, which takes a while to get to, so you can have them manually do it. It can see all 3 coal generators and the box, so it'll put it in there. And this battery is set to a top of 90 and a bottom of 20. If you're just running coal, I would say it's better to put it around 50 than 20, especially if the dupes are manually doing it. And you set up an automation wire that runs to the coal generators, and just straight across, easy automation. When it gets down to this lower threshold, it turns them on. When it gets to the upper threshold, it turns it off, so you don't waste coal. What am I using for power and cooling and fuel? We have a natural gas... Oh, I apologize for the loud vroom vrooms. We have an emote for vroom vrooms, if you ever hear it being loud. For power, we've got a couple of things going. We've got natural gas coming out of this geyser that's filling these tanks and then being burnt off by a natural gas. I've made like 3 different sleet wheat farms deep in the heart of ice biomes, but somehow the wheat always gets too hot. Yeah, it's likely to do that. We're on a pretty cold map, so I've been able to keep a lot of the natural sleet wheat going. What we're going to do is, right over here, this biome is fully encased with abyssalite. Other than where we broke in here, your water that you're feeding in is what is killing them. Most likely, yeah. Yeah, if you pump in hot water to the sleet wheat, it could kill them. I don't like to domesticate plant sleet wheat until late game. I am a absolute slut for pips. If you get pips and you learn how they work, if you can get a mod called the pip planting overlay. Basically, like right over here, that pike apple wasn't there. We put a seed up here. We put a pip in this room. He planted it. Wild planted stuff takes 4 times as long to grow, but costs you 0 resources to put in. So we're probably going to wild plant some sleetweed in here as well, and we're going to basically be wild planting all of our cold stuff in here, because it's negative 20 to 24 in here, and we liquid locked over here. We created this little shape and dropped in some ethanol, which we got from refining it down from wood. Yes, pips will just plant things for you. They're a little dodgy. There are a lot of rules. So, like you always want to start right to left. You always want to do top to bottom. And what you do is you can plant 3, and then you got to skip 3 spaces, and then plant 3, skip 3 places, plant 3, etc. There's a few other setups like plant 1, plant 1, not 1, plant 1, not 1, plant 1, not 1, so you can alternate. And then, so basically they can't plant if there's a plant within a certain distance of it. So depending on the size of your farms, it can be a little weird, but like I said, there's the pip planting overlay. We don't have that installed, but I was talking earlier about wanting to get that installed. And liquid locks are your friend. If you look at this, and we look at gases, this is a vacuum here. What we did is we dug out this shape here, dumped ethanol here, some of it overflowed to here. This doesn't need to be here, but why not? And then there was gas here, so we built a tile and deleted the tile, which erased the gas. Because this is a vacuum, and the abyssalite is a perfect insulator, you could also use insulated tiles. It works just fine. No temperature can move from this side to this side or vice versa. So the only way this gets hot is the temperature from the animals, any of the machines we put in here, and the dupes coming in here. So we'll also probably wild plant a couple of wheezeworts if we need to, but chances are by the time it gets to the point where it's too hot for the stuff, we're only a vacuum. Yeah, so you want vacuum here. So we've got ethanol here, vacuum here. The reason we're using ethanol is ethanol won't freeze. Ethanol has a lot lower freezing point. The freezing point on ethanol is negative 114 degrees. So it won't freeze, and it boils at 78, and it's 23 over here. So by putting ethanol here on these 2 spots and having a vacuum in the middle, we can keep this spot warm, and we can keep this spot really nice and cold, and we can use a pip over here to wild plant. Now, pips will die under negative 30, so the fact that it's negative 20 to negative 24 over here is perfect, because we can use the pip to plant, and then we can keep this place cold. By the time the cold starts to run low over here, we're going to have plastic either via the bonbon nectar or via going to our second planet and getting Drecos and mutating them, or refining oil, or whatever the case. Good evening now there in chat. How is the colony doing? Had a long day at work. I'll watch end of stream. I'll watch the VOD later. Oh, hell yeah. Going good. We built a couple of contraptions today. Let me finish my thought, and I'll run you down what we did. So once we get a little bit of plastic, we're going to set up a steam turbine. We've got enough steel so we can make an aqua tuner. And if we can run nectar into the cooling loop with the aqua tuner steam turbine setup, we can basically freeze anywhere we want on the map as cold as we want to get it and just set up there. Temporarily, we're going to do our frozen farming over here. But given the shape of our magma biome, it's likely that we're eventually going to move it to this side of the map, because there's just a lot of awkward shapes here. We can't move the vents, we can't move the teleporter, so like over here has some awkward shapes, so we can kind of nudge in a few things and freeze all the space over here if we need to, and then use this side as a magma dropper. Avatar, what you missed today is we set up a tamer for our polluted oxygen vent over here. Infectious polluted oxygen vent. We are using the wheezewort to kill the slime lung germs and to keep the oxygen reasonably chill. So we've got a reasonably chill thing. This thing spits out polluted oxygen and slime lung. These things yank all of the polluted part out, drop out clay. We put sand in here to drop it in here. This thing grabs the sand out of this, puts it in these. This is to get the clay out, but since the clay comes out with slime lung on it, we're not letting it come out just yet. We had a little bit out. This cold is killing it. So we're going to set up a decontamination chamber probably next time for the clay. Maybe not next time, when we need it. And so This thing then pumps... Hi, Tachyon. For anybody who's new, this is the kitty. Hi, Bubba. What's up, sweet boy? How are you today? You are right. It is almost dinner time. Oh, you a little groggy after your nap? Who's a nappy boy? Shoulder? You want shoulder? Come up. Come up. Oh, okay. We got kitty shoulder time for the end of stream here. So basically, we're using... So does the deodorizer kill the germs? No, the deodorizer yanks out the polluted part of the polluted oxygen. It uses sand to turn the polluted oxygen into oxygen and clay. And then the oxygen still has the germs, but gets pumped down here. The radiation from the wheezewort kills the germs. These pump the oxygen into our base. Right? So, germy oxygen coming through here, down to here. And we've got a shutoff here, so if any chance we get polluted oxygen up here, it'll actually shove it back down to this vent and back into the underside chamber here so that it can re-rise again. And so we're basically getting free oxygen. The wheezewort's keeping it cool enough down here that it doesn't get super hot because this comes out to 60 degrees. We'd rather not have 60 degrees coming into our base. We'd prefer for it to be down near like anywhere from like 10 to 30. And so that's doing that. What we're going to do is when this thing goes offline, in order to integrate this system, we're going to actually build this corner and we're going to create a germ rail sensor in here. Yes, if you use a pip to wild plant it. So what we did is used a little exploity glitch to create a copper ore tile here and use the pip to plant it so it will never need phosphorite. If you don't want to do that, you have to have a reliable source of phosphorite and then do the same thing we did by bringing sand in here. You'd have to bring phosphorite in and have these things feed it phosphorite inside there. But we have a pip. The pip planted it for us. If you look at the temperature overlay, this stuff's coming out at 60 degrees, and we're between 13 and 22 degrees in here. It's starting to warm up more and more in here, so this will probably get a little bit warmer, but it's not too bad at the moment. So we're using this oxygen because we have access to it. We don't have any water on our planet. I appreciate you helping so much. I'm trying to learn to get better. Oh, of course. Anytime you want to ask questions, I'm happy to help. And I will put up the links to the Discord and my YouTube. I post all my VODs on the YouTube, so even if you miss them before they go off of, by the time they go off of Twitch, you can catch up there. If you join the Discord, we have an Oxygen Not Included channel. You can feel free to post stuff, ask questions, any of that. We have a lot of very helpful members. I always check everything all day long, so happy to help where I can. The other machine we got in today is this guy right here. This is a bit more complicated, but not entirely. What we're doing is a submerged spawn. So we've got just a little bit of water layered on top, a little bit of salt water. Because of that, these will never overpressure, and it will shove an infinite amount of gas in the directions we need them to go. So we primed this side with some oxygen after vacuuming it out. Same thing up here with hydrogen. Because the gases won't merge... The gases want to merge with same gases, and they both spawn on this tile. So the oxygen gets shoved to the left, the hydrogen gets shoved to the right. So this is a hydrogen chamber here. We've got 2 hydrogen generators and a battery. Battery, same thing. 100 is the top, 50 is the bottom. When the battery gets down to 50, the generators kick on, generating power. This is completely self-contained. None of the power in here goes anywhere else. And... so this pump here pumps the hydrogen into the generators. These pumps pump the oxygen into our base. It's set up so that the oxygen from here bridges onto our main oxygen line. So it will always prioritize the oxygen coming from here because this oxygen is free. This costs us water. And a little cute thing we did is we built it around an anti-entropy thermal nullifier. And we set up some automation with temperature and atmos sensors. Is the water in the middle of the colony the only water source? We have no water sources. This is the water here and the water here and all the ice. That's all the water we have. So right now we're kind of living off of water And we're melting ice. Like this whole biome, this was all an ice biome. We melted all of this down from an ice biome that was here by running it into our refinery and heating it up and then cooking the ice and melting it. And right now, whenever we have ice around the map, we're dropping it into this tank. So we've got 13 tons of ice here that will eventually melt because it's in here. We could speed the process along by making temp shift plates out of it, but I'm not overly worried about that. So, yeah, we're refining things over here. But what we're doing is, since this machine produces more hydrogen than is necessary to power it, the overflow hydrogen, we're using this temperature sensor to use this anti-entropy thermal nullifier to turn the overflow hydrogen into chill, to chill this down. So it's a passively cooled. We don't need to spend power to cool this down, because we don't have a lot of power either. We're also, since we're burning natural gas for power, whenever we burn natural gas, it's dumping polluted water down here, which we're saving over here. We did let some of it integrate here at first, but we're saving that in here for an eventual cooling loop. But we just got a bonbon tree seed printed, so next time we're going to work on getting our pips to plant the bonbon tree and use that to get nectar, which we'll be using in our cooling loops. It's going to take a while to get enough of it, though. So all of that stuff is going on. Other than that, we're gradually ripping the map apart. Other than natural, we're leaving natural tiles where we have naturally growing food. So we have free food augmenting our planted food. And in fact, we should get up here and snag this bit. I want that pike apple seed. But yeah, we've kind of been using, you can make quote unquote natural tiles. For anybody who's new to the game, if you want your pips to plant something somewhere, body temperature. All right, it'll eventually heat up over here. It's fine. If you have mined out tiles and you're like, shit, I want a natural tile there. I didn't get any water geysers, no. On our second planet, we have a cool steam vent. Nectar, is that new to the... That is new from the Frosty Planet DLC. So it's another way we can get water, is we can turn nectar into plastic, and when nectar or petroleum goes into a polymer press, it produces steam and carbon dioxide. So there is that. We could also, since we are going to be able to keep things cold, we could theoretically have pips wild plant Alvea vera seeds and turn our carbon dioxide into oxalite as a way of getting oxygen. So if we need to, we can do that. Our second planet has a cool steam vent and an oil biome, and we have plenty of magma here to build ourselves a petroleum boiler. If you use a petroleum boiler, it's a water positive process. You use the heat from the magma to boil crude oil into petroleum at a 1-to-1 ratio, then burn that off into generators. As long as we have 3 oil wells, we'll be able to do a full pipe of crude turned into a full pipe of petroleum, burn that off in 5 petroleum generators, which gets us 10,000 watts of power. 10,000 watts, whatever it is. We get 10,000 power out of that, which is enough to run any fucking base, realistically, unless you're trying to go crazy ham and put in, like, you know, arcade machines and, like, you know, saunas and all this other stuff, which we probably will eventually. But when it does that, it produces polluted water. You purify the polluted water, you get out polluted dirt, which you can then make into dirt, and you can send the purified water back to make more crude, and it's water positive, so you get leftover water, which you can then make into air or grow crops with. So the thing about this game, like, a lot of times we talk about the meta of games, right? The meta of this game is knowledge. One of the best things about this game is you've got this built-in wiki that tells you everything you need to know. So looking stuff up, sometimes, like, when we're doing stuff, especially when we're messing with the new DLC, we were legit just like, oh, a phlox. You click there. What's their deal? They're good at these temperatures. They produce this much meat. You feed them pike apple. You get dirt. You also get wood from shearing them. And you're like, okay, well, wood. What can we do with wood? Well, we can use wood. We can burn it. It gets us, it doesn't say power here, but we can burn wood to get carbon dioxide. We can also use wood to get refined carbon. In a wood burner, gives us power, carbon dioxide. We could refine it down in an ethanol distillery, which gets us ethanol, polluted dirt, and carbon dioxide. We could burn it for heat in that wood stove. Um, all that stuff, right? We can get wood from the bonbon trees, and so like you can shear the phloxes. So now we can ranch phloxes to get wood. That gets us ethanol. Ethanol can be burned in the petroleum generators, which gets us polluted water. So there are just a lot of loops. If you're not sure where stuff is going to come from, just start clicking on everything you have on your map. Like, this is what I have. What can that get turned into? And then whatever it can get turned into, check what that can get turned into. And then it's a little bit of math, but that's how you wind up doing it, right? So we're going to move that pike apple seed bush over here. Pike apple bush seed. We're going to move both of these over here. And we're going to move our pip over there as well. Yep. And so what'll happen is our dupes are going to grab these pike apple seeds and they're going to move them over here. And the pips can't plant where these are. So the only place they have to plant is this tile. So they bring the pip over here, they bring the pike apple seeds, the pip plants here, then we cancel this, the pip plants here. Then we leave these three, cancel that one when we get our next seed. And then we'll just have a wild pike apple farm up here, which we can then use to feed the phloxes. So yeah, there's a lot of loops. The cool steam vent on the other planet should be enough of a water source for us to support probably around 8 dupes, which is why we're staying at 7 right now. It's a small map, so we don't absolutely need like tons of dupes to get the work done. And we're keeping population low so we don't burn through our water reserves. It's another recommendation I have for newer players. Don't go crazy getting dupes. Like, you're going to need to get up to about 5 of them reasonably quickly. Once you get out of your like starting little area, 3 dupes is not enough to keep up with the work. So you're going to want to get up to 5 relatively quickly. Don't take garbage dupes unless you have to. And then I would say the eventual next goal is to hit 8. You can fit 8 dupes in a barracks. This barracks here is the maximum size of a barracks. It holds 8 beds, and you could put hanging plants or paintings for decor if you want to go that route. We're eventually going to get into private bedrooms to just, you know... My goal in Ani is to make the dupes as comfortable as possible and just, you know, basically flex the comfort and automated systems. Automate as much as possible. Give the dupes as much downtime as possible. Give them plenty of entertainment. You know, give them good food, all that type of stuff. So that's kind of where we're going. Yeah, once we have access to temperature regulation... What is your... Oh, my God. Idiots. The snow fell, and now he's stuck there. Somebody go dig that tile, please. I was like, why is this jackass there? Well, there you go. And so there are some fucked up things you can do in this game, right? Because we don't have a water vent, I could set my base up with 0 toilets and actually use the pee from the dupes as a water source. Because it comes from nowhere. They don't drink water, right? So as long as you can feed them, they will perpetually... Every day they'll pee a little bit of pee, and that'll add to your water. There are people that run entire bases on urine and farts. If you get flatulent dupes and you make them pee themselves, you can purify that water to get dirt, clean water, which can be made into air, and you could take their farts, harvest it, and put it into natural gas generators for power. Now, it's not a efficient way of doing it. It's not a great idea, but if you want to challenge yourself or do just like a dumb themed room, just farts and pee all day long. Alright, so Pip is over here. Now, one thing you gotta know. Watch Pip never plants. Not really, but it's like the whole watched pot never boils thing. Watched Pips never freaking plant. Other thing about power we were talking about on farts, pee, and some critters to pet. All you need, absolutely. Another thing we were talking about power, right? And I was saying on the starter planets, coal is a pretty good power source to get you through to the mid to late game. Hatches will eat stone and turn it into coal. You have to be careful because you don't want to turn all of your building material into coal. But because of the hatches, we were at like 40-something tons of coal. We're at 56.8 because the hatches have been eating stuff. Oh, these dupes don't have anything to do. So yeah, there's all sorts of little things like that. It's what I like about this game is no matter what you do, there's always more to learn with this game. Just always more to learn. I'm a big fan of games you can learn a lot on. I don't know how we have so much sucrose. Taking the brine. I'm not even looking at dupes right now because we don't have a water source, we're not even looking at dupes. Also, the other thing we're using for power in our base is before we got this system set up, we just had an open air electrolyzer, just one sitting here, and all of the hydrogen was collecting up here and getting stored in here and burned off with this hydrogen generator to help it. So we've got 3 power sources. We've got hydrogen gas, we've got natural gas, and we've got coal. And they're all kind of... they're all staggered. It will always burn the natural gas and the hydrogen before the coal generators kick on. Because this one says if the battery gets down to 60, turn on the natural gas generators. If this one says if it gets down to 20, turn on the coal generators. So if these have enough power to charge all of our batteries, then these won't ever need to kick on. And I do believe we have the hydrogen set at the same rate. Yeah. So the hydrogen and the natural gas will kick on first. In fact, I think what we want to do is, because I want to get this system knocked out, so I'm going to leave this one at 60, and I'm going to drop this one down to 50, so it'll burn off that hydrogen over there, because the natural gas is in short supply. We've got 20 cycles before Bob here comes online. But we've got 22.9 kilos per tile of oxygen here. We've got 7.4 kilos per tile of hydrogen here. This place is powering and chilling itself down. I couldn't be happier about this. What else? Oh. He already planted it. See? Pike apple bush. Now we cancel that, and he should plant that one as well. Let's see if we can actually watch him plant the seed. You know you want to, buddy. I know we're watching, and you're a very nervous planter. Oh, new mutant seed discovered. What do we got? Oh, okay. So we got. Oh, I don't want them to use that. Hey, Blue. How you doing? All right, it's possible that's gonna wind up in a bad spot. Are you gonna plant it? Got here at the end. Yeah, we're going just a little late. We had some people come in asking questions. I'm trying to answer them. You're not gonna plant it. Wait. What are you doing? He's not gonna plant it. I hate you. No, I'm just kidding. I love this Pip. This Pip is our freaking, our farmer. He's doing it. He's gonna do it. No? Come on, buddy. Come on. Show the people what's going on. There he is. See how he grabbed it? And now he planted it right there. Now we have a third pike apple bush. Now, he doesn't like it in there. He can live, so we're going to move him out here. This has been his safety tile right here. But I am getting pretty hungry, so I think right here is a good place to stop. Problem is I don't want to stop. I get playing this game and I don't want to stop. So let's... but I got to. I need food. I've got a couple of late to the party killer. Well, we're about to raid out, but let's do a shout out for Killer before we do. Killer Jam 25 is an awesome human being and plays a lot of the same games we play here. Let's see what we got. Oh, everybody's playing Factorio today, huh? Let's raid over to Julie, because Julie will understand. She's playing Terraria. Julie will understand that my ass has to go get food, and I can't stay right away. Yeah, a new update came out. I saw that. People were asking that earlier in chat. That's why everybody's playing it today. All right, we're going to raid over to Julie Pixels. Julie was in earlier. We did a shout-out. She's currently playing Terraria, doing a multiplayer playthrough with some friends of hers. So let's go say hi, have some fun. Tomorrow we're going to do RimWorld, and then we'll do more Ani on Thursday. It's been nice to see everybody. Just real quick at the end here, if you want to join the Discord or follow me on YouTube, there it is. Trying to get to 1,000 subs on YouTube, and always looking to have more people on the Discord. Anyway, y'all take care of yourselves. Be well. I'll see you tomorrow on the Rim.